Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku was saved by Issei and started a new life in Kuoh Town. Here is short summary. Izuku had listened to the advice of his old-time friend. He jumped off a roof in search and hopes that he could become a hero with a quirk. But he was saved by a young man with brown hair and amber-jade eyes. Why did you save me? Izuku asked. Because you don't deserve to die. What's your name? The young man said, before asking him a question. My name is Midoriya Izuku, and I would appreciate it if you would leave me alone. Izuku said, as the young man in front of him looked at him with concern. Are you sure, man? The brown-haired boy asked, concerned. I'm fine, just need to work on myself more. I'd rather not be useless anymore. Izuku said, muttering the last part. Well, do you have a place to stay? The brown-haired young man asked. Well, no, but what does that have to do with anything? Izuku asked once more. Well, you could stay with me. My home in Kuoh Town has a lot of room for one more person in my house. And, to be honest, I've always wanted a little brother. The young man said, as Izuku looked at him warily. What's your name? Izuku asked the young man who had saved his life. My name is Hyoudou Issei, and my dream is to become a Harem King. The boy said, smiling at Izuku. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. If you want to be a hero, there might actually be a way you could do it. An ash blonde-haired boy said, as he stopped in front of the classroom door. A young man with green and black hair looked over at his old friend and waited in bated breath in order to hear the advice. You might get a quirk in your next life if you jump off the roof. The boy said, as he turned to leave, but in the corner of his vision he found the boy glaring at him with an offended look on his face. What, you got something to say? The boy said, activating his power of explosions to make small sparks on his hands. It culled the smaller boy's rage as well as anger at the situation he was given. That was Midoriya Izuku, who had just been suicide-baited. He had been dealing with the people who bully and belittle him for over a decade and a half, and his anger as well as fury are slowly trying to come out of him the longer he tries to bottle in all the rage and hatred within his soul. He has the heart of a hero, who would literally die in order to protect you from any and all harm, all because of the fact that he personally believes that you would be better off living than he would. He was already alone whenever he made it home from school, so what was the point of saving oneself if he could just go out in a blaze of glory as that one quirkless kid who saved someone? As Midoriya was walking down the street after having grabbed his notebook that was waterlogged as well as burnt on the edges and inside, he was walking home. No real destination in sight for his eyes as he thought about the suicide baiting of his old friend. There was no way he could be doing this right. He knew about the implications about him actually following through with his words, right? Shaking his head, Izuku continued down the road through an underpass, but as he was on the other side, a manhole cover had slammed into his back, sending him to the ground. UGHN. The boy grunted in pain. Getting up from the ground, he was met with a grotesque monster made of sludge as it looked around as if seemingly running away from something. I didn't know that he was here. Oh, would you look at that? A meat suits. You're a real hero, man. I can't believe that he would come here. You are really giving me a chance at escape. The villain said, as Izuku lost all motor functions when the villain had grabbed him immediately. As Izuku struggled with a vain effort, he could only think about how his mother would react to his death on the news, but before his vision had started to wane and fall into unconsciousness, he heard a voice that caused him to struggle just a bit more. Worry not, young man. Why? For I am here. All Might's voice rang out in the underpass as the villain let out a screech. Damn you, All Might! The villain screeched out as a massive blast of wind smacked Izuku out of the villain's grasp as Izuku could only let out a painful beep of All Might before passing out. Standing on the top of a roof about 10 minutes after being rescued by All Might, Izuku had sat there in place as the hero told him that he couldn't become a hero without a quirk. That it was just too dangerous for someone like him to enter the hero stage and try and save lives, even gave him encouragement to become a police officer as well as doctor whilst he was at it. Still trying to get the young man to choose a different path of heroism, but as the man left the rooftop, Izuku could still hear the final words of his savior as well as idol. I cannot simply say that you can become a hero without a quirk. It's all right to dream, young man, but you should probably be a bit more realistic with your choice of a job application. All Might said, as he left the boy on the rooftop. As soon as All Might's presence was gone, as well as the villain in hand, Izuku could only sit there as his hearing was muffled as he thought about what had happened in the last 10 minutes. He was saved by All Might, given an autograph by the man in his notebook, then taken to a rooftop after trying to knock him off of his leg, and all before informing the young man that he couldn't become a hero without a quirk. Damn, and now Katsuki's last words to him ever since he left school that day were glaring at him and rearing their ugly head. If you want to be a hero, there might actually be a way you could do it. You might get a quirk in your next life if you jump off the roof. Looking at the edge of the building, Izuku saw that it was really tempting to do. His mother probably wouldn't know about his demise until the early morning. She was working at the moment and would think that he was at home right now and not at a rooftop at the moment. He was really considering Katsuki's words, wasn't he? Moving over towards the edge of the building and saw as the people down below were walking about their day, unsuspecting of the young man who was above them about to make a life-threatening decision. Taking off his shoes and pulling out a note he had made about 5 months ago, he opened the note again in order to read it again to make sure that everything he wrote about a few months ago was still there. Hello, my name is Midoriya Izuku. And to those who are reading this, it means that I had finally gained the courage, bravery, or probably took the coward's way out based on what Kachan says. I just can't handle it anymore. It's too much for me to handle, all the bullying. The red spider lilies I get on my desk. All the abuse from Kachan and all the other students and teachers. I have 10 long years worth of bullshit that is hidden deep within my soul, and I have been holding it back. Question mark. To whoever is reading this, please make sure that Bakugo Katsuki faces the consequences of his actions towards me. I beg of you. Ever since he had gotten his quirk, he has done nothing but be evil with it towards others. Putting others in their place, as he calls it, when he really is just beating them up because he wants to prove to everyone that he is the better fighter. He has left scars on my body ever since I was 5 years old, and they are the reason why I can't even talk to others normally. He has left mental and physical scars all over me and I can't escape it. I can't even trust anyone because of all the things he had done in the past, and the same is for everyone who had treated me the same way as Bakugo. I apologize that if it is you reading this, Mom. I'm sorry for not being a good enough son. I'm sorry that I couldn't even get you to believe in me. It's my fault after all why you can't make any friends anymore, why you gained weight because of the pain as well as sorrow from my dad leaving us. I am making this end, and I don't want you to blame yourself. It's my choice to do this, not yours. You did everything you could make sure that I was safe, even if it was helicopter parenting. I'm sorry for dying on you like this. I want you to leave Musudafu and find someone who will really love you. After reading the letter, Izuku wiped his eyes clear of tears as he moved over the railing of the building he was left upon. Looking down, he never noticed how a brown-haired boy was currently looking up at the sky thinking about his own issues before taking notice of him. Nor did he notice how there was a door opening behind him from the same brown-haired boy who came up to stop him from doing what he was doing. Hyoudou Issei was sent out into Musudafu in order to get a new thought process about what he wanted to do when he got older. His parents were trying really hard to curb his perverted antics, but they were at their minds' limits when it came to him. In a bid to get him out of the house and not watching every day, they sent him out to get some groceries in another prefecture of Japan within Musudafu. On the other side of the country, Issei had been having a marvelous day so far. He had seen that there were plenty of good-looking girls that he could try and flirt with, but he shook his head as he grabbed the items from various stores around the place. He was sent out here to get some groceries, not look at what seemed to be a very small person at the top of a building preparing to jump. Wait, Issei thought aloud before looking closely at the rooftop. and lo and behold he saw someone at the top of the roof waiting to jump. Getting into panic mode, he ran into the building scaring some of the people inside from his speed, and climbed up the stairs as fast as he could. As soon as he found his way to the rooftop, he opened the door and saw what appeared to be a first-year high school student by his standards readying himself to jump. The boy had greenish-black hair that was wild in every which way as it stuck out on different angles. The boy had moved closer to the edge before letting go of the railing and falling forwards, and Issei felt his body betray him in terms of sitting there stunned and moved without his brain catching up. Leaning over the edge of the rooftop, he managed to use his much taller frame to grab the boy's leg as it was higher up than his arms and stop his fall prematurely. He was also pretty sure that he needed to work out more since he could barely hold the boy's weight since he was slack in his grip. Using his other hand, he pulled the boy up from the edge and back on the roof once more as he panted in exhaustion as he felt the adrenaline pumping through his body. What do? I know that he tried to kill himself, but that isn't the way he should go about this. Who should I call? He left a note, but I'm pretty sure that I don't want to read it. Issei had mumbled softly to himself aloud. He managed to bring the boy over to the spot away from the edge of the building as he laid him against the wall. I should probably explain what I'm doing here with him when he wakes up. I hope I didn't hurt him at all when I grabbed his ankle. Issei muttered to himself, thinking about why the kid would do such a thing. Now that he got a better look at the kid, he was wrong on the age of him. He looked like he was barely getting out of junior high. Not to mention the deceptively baggy clothes hanging on his body as Issei made a quick note of the boy's leaner but scrawny form. He really needs to hit the gym, but I can only hope I can figure out what is wrong with him. Issei said, aloud before sending a text to his mother informing her about the fact he will be late in getting home. He was about to sit down to play a game on his phone when the boy started to stir from his unconscious state. What happened? Did I not do it right? I really am a Deku. The boy said, as Issei noticed the lack of self-confidence. He wrote something down on a piece of paper in order to try and get to the bottom of this, as he looked at the boy. Well, that's some really low confidence in yourself. Why did you try and jump? Issei asked, a bit blunter than he should have. The boy became extra guarded as he looked at the much taller Issei. Don't worry, little guy, I'm not here to hurt you. I saved you from your little suicide parade. Issei said, with a chuckle at his own dark joke. I was trying to do that. Why you care? The boy asked, trying to make himself as small as possible. Well, I just noticed as I was walking at the bottom of the building that you were up here about to do something you might regret. So I came up to make sure that you don't think that way again. Issei said, as he sat down across from the boy to make himself appear as non-threatening as possible. He made another note that the boy was extremely skittish, something else he knew was conditioned into the boy not to mention the stuttering. Sorry for wasting your tea time. I will make sure to go somewhere else next tea time. The boy said, as Issei shook his head. You don't have to take that way out, you know. You could try and prove whoever told you to do that wrong. Issei asked, with a quip as the boy vehemently shook his head. I can't do that. Even the number 1 hero told me, that I can't become a hero like him. The boy said, as Issei nodded. Well, what is the reason for All Might to say that to you though? Issei asked, prying for more answers. He noticed the faint bruising of a burn scar on the boy's left shoulder and marked off something else under peer-like abuse. He wasn't liking where this was going. All might told me that being a quirkless hero is unheard of. That I would be basically get myself killed. So he tried to make me take a path that doesn't have much problems with me. The boy said, as Issei made to ask another question. What's your name, Squirt? Issei asked, with a small smile. Midoriya Izuku. And I would like it if you left me alone. Izuku said, as the boy got ready to leave. Do you have anywhere to live? Issei asked, as the boy nodded. Well, why don't we get you there and back to your parents? Issei asked, as he helped the boy stand up. Because my mother isn't home right now. My dad is over in America, in order to pay our bills. Izuku said, as he lied about his father. Well shit, when does your mother come home? Issei asked, as Izuku looked at him. She hasn't been home in a week now. Izuku said, as his heart started to clench. Well, you could live with me. Issei asked, as Izuku looked at him in shock. Why would you want me? I'm quirkless. Izuku exclaimed as Issei gained a curious expression on his face. Well, if you're quirkless, what can you do that will be different from heroes? Issei asked, as the boy thought about his answer. Then he pulled out a waterlogged and burnt notebook and showed it to Issei as the boy smiled. Found something he takes pride in. This might be a way for me to get him to trust me. Issei thought as he let out a smile. Well, what is in that notebook? Issei asked, curiosity now shown. It's a notebook I made on heroes and villains. Even some vigilantes as well. It marks down their quirk, their skills, their fighting style, as well as their strengths and weaknesses with their quirk use. As well as other ways for them to use their quirk to become better at what they do. Izuku said, as the boy held the notebook to his chest. Well, from what I can see, you already have what you need to become a good hero. Issei said, standing up and giving Izuku his boots as well as note. Why you didn't read my letter? Izuku asked, as Issei nodded. I didn't, want to intrude onto your life through the letter. And personally, if it has some dirt on some people, you should probably tell someone about what you went through. Issei said, as the boy thought about his next move. Issei wrote something else down in his notes that talked about Izuku. He's really skittish, has signs of abuse, neglect as well as many other factors. Not to mention the burn on his left shoulder. He was being abused by his peers then, since his mother probably doesn't know about this. And from what I can see about his emotions, my quirk is telling me that he is repressing a lot of rage, 10 years worth of it. Beep. I would really hate to piss him off. Issei thought to himself. Hyoudou Issei. Quirk. Empathic scanning. By making eye contact with a specific individual, he can see what their true feelings are about something or someone. He can even send physical waves in order to calm someone down. Is really blunt when talking to others, and because of his empathic abilities, wishes to become a harem king. Also, because of his quirk he can be really perverted. So watch out for him looking at women. I don't want to go home, there's just too many bad memories. Is there a place where I can start over? Izuku asked, as Issei looked at the boy. He was now looking to Issei for an answer as Issei thought about the boy in front of him as if he was from an otome game. He's the shy and timid character from a girl's otome game. But I'm not a girl, I know. I will make him my brother. Just keep him away from all the perverted stuff though. Issei thought to himself. Well, if you don't wish to return home, you can live with me and my family. My mom and dad had always wanted a daughter but couldn't because of my mother's complications with me at birth. So I could make sure that they could adopt you. Issei asked as Izuku looked at him in awe, but also a guarded expression. There has to be a reason for you to want me like this. What do you want me to do for you? Izuku asked, more guarded than before. Nothing. I mean, aside from staying out of my room, there's too many perverted things I have that I don't want you knowing about. Issei said, as Izuku gained a curious expression. What are you talking about? Izuku asked, as Issei fell anime style. Didn't your mother tell you about the birds and the bees? Issei called out, as Izuku merely tilted his head in confusion. A question mark appearing over his head. Well, you will learn about that kind of thing in high school. Don't worry, little guy, I will make sure that you are protected. You hear me? Issei declared as Izuku didn't know why, but this boy was making a good job at getting him to trust him. I still want to know why you were talking about. What perverted stuff were you were talking about? Izuku asked, as Issei felt his heart clench. You will find out when you're older, or you can ask my mom and dad. We need to head out if we are to make it to my home though. Have any clothes you wish to bring? Issei asked, as Izuku made another question known. How will I let my mom know that I don't want to live with her anymore? She had been neglectful before, But she's still my mom. I didn't see her tea this morning and she left a note stating that she'd be gone for a while. Izuku said, as Issei got the meaning quickly. Let's just head out of here, okay? Just leave your life of heroism as well as villains back here and look to the future. Because after today, I will be getting you a harem. Issei declared as Izuku blushed crimson. Why you don't have to do that? Izuku said, waving his arms around. Nope, but I will do it anyway. You need the love of both a parent and peers badly. So it's my mission to make sure that you are safe from any and all danger, as well as train that body of yours to become similar to a masculine male at peak physique. Issei said, laughing. Issei had been sitting on the train with a sleeping Izuku as he had been thinking about the situation that the young boy had been suffering from. He pulled out his phone as he thought about how another boy was suffering under the safety of his home with his own mother. As Issei waited for his mother or father to answer the phone, he pulled Izuku's unconscious form to lean over his shoulder. He couldn't think of what to do about the young man, so he decided to make sure that he could be the best older brother he could be. Thinking about it harder, he knew that he would have to cease all cooperations with his perverted friends in order to make sure that Izuku was all right. As soon as the phone was answered, he heard the telltale sign of his mother speaking to him through the phone line. Hey Issei, did you get the groceries that I asked for you? Issei's mother asked, as the boy was quiet for a second. Mom, I think I just adopted a little brother. Issei said, as his mother was quiet for a second. Is he perverted like both you and your father? His mother questioned as Issei looked at the boy. Not from what I think, he is in need of love as well as affection. And you are the only person who I personally think can help him though. Issei said, as he couldn't keep his eyes off the sleeping Izuku. I will get the spare bedroom prepared then. I can only hope that you didn't kidnap him from his original home, sweetie. But can you tell me why you adopted a little brother? Issei's mother asked, in a concerned tone. I just stopped him from jumping a few hours ago. I don't know how to be an older brother, so I am deciding to take a step back from being perverted with my friends in order to give Izuku some attention. From what I could see, he really needs it, Issei said, as he gave the boy a side hug. He didn't feel pride in the fact that Izuku leaned more into the hug. No, he did not. He is a perverted coward, not a prideful bastard. You didn't see anything. About an hour later, Izuku and Issei were seen walking towards the older young man's home within the town of Kuoh Town. They soon arrived at a two-story house as Issei started to wipe his feet on the welcome rug in front of the door. All right Izuku, I need to inform you about how my parents could be a little excessive in terms of showing love. All right, Issei asked, as Izuku looked at him. It would be better than what mine do. I have one living overseas because of my quirklessness, and a mother who cares 1 minute and doesn't the other. Izuku said, as Issei felt bad for him immediately. Opening the door, Issei had announced his presence as well as announced that they had a new son as well. Entering the room, Issei's mother looked into the hallway overlooking the front door as she saw Issei as well as a small form behind his back. Smiling down at the clearly fearful boy, she crouched down to be at his exact height, which wasn't much. Hello there. My name is Miki Hyoudou, this perverted brot's mother. What's your name? Miki Hyoudou asked, curiously looking him over. Midoriya Izuku. The young man replied as Miki happily smiled at him. Well, I got some dinner started. You should get washed up. I will tell you both when dinner is prepared, and your room will be in the spare upstairs down the hall next to Issei's. Miki Hyoudou said, as she smiled down at Izuku and rubbed his hair. I will show you to the bathroom upstairs, Issei said, as he had Izuku follow him up the stairs. Once arriving at the bathroom, Izuku entered the bathroom with a towel in hand as Issei smiled at him and told the young man to inform him about whether or not he needs help and he will be in to assist the boy. Whilst Izuku was in the shower cleaning himself up, Issei went downstairs in order to talk to his parents about what they should do with Izuku since he technically would be a kidnapper in the eyes of his mother back in Musudafu. I can't believe that he had tried to jump. That kind of boy shouldn't even be thinking about that girl. What did he go through to make him think that ending it would be alright? Quote. Miki whisper shouted at her husband. I don't know Miki, but we need to get to the bottom of this. No life is worthless, not even one who doesn't have a quirk. Many of scientists are quirkless and they make a difference in our world. Kuoh said, as Issei entered the kitchen. Where is the young man? Kuoh asked, looking at Issei's arrival. He's in the shower, but I think I know why he thought ending it would be a better choice than living on. Issei said, as his parents looked at him concerned. What's wrong, Issei? Miki asked, as Issei looked at them filled with worry and concern. I personally think that he's being bullied like I used to. But this time, the bullying for him reached a point that he didn't want to live anymore. We can't let him go back there, not after I found bruises as well as burns all over his torso when I saved him from jumping. Issei said, as Miki and Kuoh gave a tense nod. Hearing that a child didn't wish to live anymore because of the society that they live in is never a good thing to hear about, much less see on your way doing groceries. We will make sure that he gets the therapy he needs. My paychecks will help me in terms of making sure that he gets the help he needs. It might take a while, but once he is able to smile again happily and for real, is when we will know for sure that he is okay. Kuoh said, calling up a therapist in order to talk to the young man in the shower. As Kuoh had left the kitchen suddenly not feeling hungry anymore, he walked outside into the backyard as he talked to a nearby therapist for a session. Izuku chose this time to enter the kitchen as his hair was slightly damp as he looked around the room until he found Issei and his mother talking to one another at the kitchen table. Sitting down next to Issei, the young man had pulled at the food at his seat as he looked up at Miki and Issei. Don't worry, we won't stop you from eating. You need to put on some weight, little man, you aren't even looking healthy with how skinny you are. Miki said, as she pointed a spoon at him in a non-threatening way. They would eat dinner for around an hour before entering the living room as Issei went upstairs into his bedroom in order to clear it of he had stashed inside. With Miki and Izuku, the woman looked down at Izuku as she asked him a question that was on her mind with how the boy seemed to fidget where he sat. All right, my son didn't get the chance to ask you this, but this isn't to say that you are, but do you think about girls in a certain way? Miki asked, wording it in a way that might get the problem across. What do you mean? Izuku asked, as Miki cursed herself internally. When you look at a woman like Midnight, what is the first thing that comes to mind? Miki asked, thinking talking about heroes might get the boy to talk better. Well, when I think of her, I personally believe that she could tone down the seductive talk. The villains she fights could you use that talk against her? Izuku said, as Miki released a sigh of relief. Oh, thank God you aren't a pervert, she said, as Izuku looked at her weird. What is a pervert again? Izuku asked, as Miki looked at him. A pervert is a man or woman who makes seductive comments towards the opposing say most of their time around them. Somewhat like Issei is, except that boy takes it to another level by peeping on the girls at his school whilst they are changing. But from what he told me was that he was stopping being a pervert to make sure that you are alright. Miki said, as Izuku nodded. Does that mean you will tell me where babies come from? Izuku asked, as Miki looked at him pointedly before blushing slightly. Didn't your teachers tell you that in school? Miki asked, as Izuku shook his head. My teachers think that I'm too dumb to learn something like that. Izuku mumbled as Miki pulled the boy into a side hug. Don't worry, little guy, they just don't know how smart you can become with the right conditions. I will make sure that the school district within our town will keep you learning better than that old school you went to. Miki said, as Kuoh entered the building once more. I got that session prepared for next week. Ah, nice to meet you, Midoriya-kun. My name is Kuoh Hyoudou, I am Issei's father. The man said, as he smiled down sadly at Izuku. The boy bowed to the man as he was seated on the couch as he introduced himself to the man as he stuttered out his name. Don't worry, young man, I won't hurt you. I will just give a little tough love sometimes, so don't think that I hate you. Having a boy who isn't a bona fide pervert will be nice to have for once. We will see what you can do to our Issei in order to keep him away from the perverted acts soon. Kuoh said, with a laugh. The next day Izuku woke up in the spare room as he looked around the space as he thought about the previous day's events. He couldn't stop the smile coming to his face as he found a small family that would protect him as well as help him with his issues. Shaking his head, his inner self started to place self-deprecating thoughts into his mind as he tried to keep those thoughts out of his mind. Thinking back to Kachan as well as All Might, Izuku decided that becoming a hero would not be possible anymore since he would not be capable of helping at all. So he decided to make sure that he kept an eye on this family, and if they proved that they didn't love him at all and only placed him in a false sense of security, he would leave at a moment's notice. Now presents the issue at hand. Which school will he go to since he doesn't want to go back to Aldera Junior High anymore? He left his bedroom as he walked down the stairs only to see Mickey on the phone as well as Issei sitting in his seat eating breakfast. "Hey there little buddy, I will be showing you around the town, so you don't get lost," Issei said, as Izuku looked worried. What about why your classes?" Izuku asked, as the boy thought about it before smirking. "Well, nobody said anything about me going today. I want to really show that I meant what I said about being your honorary big brother. Especially since I kind of adopted you as my little brother, so that means I need to show you around the place like the big brother should," Issei said, smiling at Izuku. Sitting down at the table, Izuku started to eat breakfast as Mickey finished her conversation on the phone with whoever was on the other line. Well, that was Kuoh Junior High. They said that they would take Midoriya into their school so long as they knew about what was wrong with his previous school. Not only that, but they want to give the boy some tests since the information they got from Aldera Junior High stated that he was a delinquent. But from what I told them, the boy isn't even close to being able to hurt a fly from what I have seen. So Issei, you will have to postpone the town showing so that I can take Izuku to Kuoh Junior High so he can take his tests," Mickey said, as Issei frowned and felt dejected. Izuku patted the boy on the back as he smiled at him for a moment as he spoke. "Don't worry, we can go tomorrow?" Izuku asked, as he looked over at Mickey as the woman nodded. It wasn't much longer before the mother and adopted son had left the house in order to have him take some tests considering his class scores were below average at best and completely fabricated. Especially since the teachers on the phone with Aldera didn't trust the teachers from Aldera to tell the truth. They didn't look at him with a sneer or pity when they heard his quirkless diagnosis, in fact they were happy to hear it. So as Izuku entered the middle school, he was brought around to a testing room with a teacher sitting in his seat at the front of the room. "Hello Miss Hyoudou, I'm sure you know me already," the man asked, as Mickey nodded. "Well young man, my name is Takahashi Tadarogan, and I am the science teacher at this school. I hope to see your mind," the man said, as he gave the boy a pat on the head. Once Izuku was sat in his seat, the teacher told him to take as much time as he wants to make sure that his answers are correct on the tests he will be conducting for him. Once Izuku nodded, the man gave Izuku the first test, which was science, since the man wanted that done first. Once that started, the man set up a timer for the young man as he watched him go from his desk at the front of the classroom. He watched as the gears behind the boy's eyes started to turn as Izuku had been working hard on each question as he thought really hard on each answer. The test for science was completed within about 15 minutes, and that was with the boy triple checking the test in order to find any mistakes. The other tests came and went, as they were either too easy, or they were too difficult for the boy to handle. Once the science teacher had taken all the tests, he received back from Izuku. He told Mickey that he would take the tests into another room to see if they were correct with another teacher and that they could leave, and he would give them a call later on in the day. What they didn't know was that the teacher that was looking at Izuku as he left smiled at the boy as he looked down at the tests in his hand. With Mickey and Izuku gone from the school, the man brought the test scores towards the faculty of Kuoh Junior High. "Hey Takahashi, what's wrong?" another teacher asked, as he looked over at the man. "Fakinoda, take a look at these tests, and tell me what you think about the answers," Takahashi said, as he gave the test scores to another teacher. The teacher looked at the answers of the test as his eyes nearly bugged out of his head as he stared at each perfect answer. These answers are perfect, almost as if he was using a study guide or a teacher's guide. "He didn't have any of these on hand, did he?" the teacher asked, as Takahashi shook his head. "If he didn't cheat, then, oh my god, he was the boy from Aldera. Now this makes even more sense." They lowered his grades because of the fact that their top student was getting beaten out in grades. The teacher said, as he started to show the test scores to the other teachers in the faculty room. It got to the point that the principal of the school, Miss Citri, had entered the room and looked at the test scores herself. Who is the child who took this test? These answers are way too perfect to be a human. The woman said, as the rest of the faculty looked at her. You mean? One of the teachers looked at the principal in shock. Yes, these answers are that of the long-lost clan to the devil faction. The Citri woman said, as one of the teachers looked at the woman. Which clan was it? Takahashi asked, concerned. It was the Halphus clan, only they could ace a test like this within 15 minutes for each one. Citri said, as everyone looked to one another. With Izuku leaving the school with Miki Hyoudou, the two had returned to the woman's car as they prepared to leave the school. With Izuku not feeling like he passed the test, they went back to the Hyoudou family home so that they could make sure that everything with him was alright for his first meeting with his therapist. Time would pass as Izuku entered the main building where the therapist would be located, as Miki and Goro would tell Izuku to inform the therapist about his reasons for being found on that building Issei found him on. Izuku was highly against this for a while before he was convinced to do so, as they told him that if the boy was really a friend, they wouldn't tell him to go and commit suicide. With this information, Izuku followed Miki into the therapist's office in order to start his therapy session with the woman. He was unaware that this woman could sense him from outside the room, and as soon as he entered the room, he went over to the couch as he sat down. He was incredibly skittish towards new faces, and very guarded. Those were the first things the woman made a note of. As Miki then left the boy in the room to talk, the woman spoke up. Hello there. My name is Graphia Lucifuge. How can I help you today? The woman asked, as she smiled at the boy. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I came here for AATH therapy session. Izuku said, as the woman smiled at him. Don't worry, we won't talk a whole lot about things, but we will talk about what I am here to do in the meantime for each and every session we have. Graphia said, as Izuku nodded. Well, every time you come here, you will be learning how to let go of your past as well as inform me about everything that happened before moving in with the Hyoudou family. Graphia explained as Izuku nodded. Should I start from when IW was small? Izuku asked, as Graphia pulled out a notebook to write in. You can start your story from any place you want. If you want to start from when you were a child, then you can. Graphia said, as Izuku nodded. Well, I guess I had started WH when I was around 5 years old. Izuku started as Graphia felt like this will be a long session. Izuku started to talk about his past as well as what happened when he was revealed to be quirkless to those around him, and what they did to him after finding out. Izuku primarily talked about one singular boy who was at the forefront of the attacks on the boy's psyche as well as physical body. As time passed on from the very young age, from 5 years of age, all the way up to around 10, Graphia started to notice something horrifying. This young man had been bullied as well as abused both mentally and physically for the betterment of 10 whole years. Sighing in sadness, Graphia continued to listen to the boy speak, and she was surprised that the moment he was given a chance to talk, he was not stopping. He continued to talk. And talk. Graphia was getting more alarmed the more the boy talked about his problems as well as how this one boy was the cause of it all. His social anxiety as well as fear of explosions had been beaten into his body, as every time there was an explosion in the distance his body had flinched harshly. As Izuku continued to talk about his middle school years, Graphia was slowly becoming more and more angered by what happened to him. Humans were supposed to take care of one another based on what she knew about them, especially since they had superpowers now. They made laws that stated that they were supposed to prioritize those who were being abused and look for the signs. Graphia here and now knew that this boy was utterly failed by hero society, and it wouldn't be long before the kid went out to seek retribution for his bullying as well as abuse. But for some reason the boy hadn't even tried to seek it out, all because he was raised to be as nice as possible as well as care more for others than himself. By the time their session was over, Izuku had felt better about everything he talked about, and as soon as Graphia told him that he could leave and come back anytime he wants, the boy smiled at her. It was a pure smile filled with innocence as she couldn't help but smile back at him and pat his head as the boy leaned a little into the touch. Once the boy had left the room, Graphia had sat in her chair before taking notice of the boy's familiar energy that he had showcased in the room. His aura was more on the line of the Halfus clan before they were utterly destroyed in the civil war with the old Satan clan. Pulling a magic circle to the ear, she called her husband as he answered immediately, and she heard his telltale sound of him answering. "Graphia, what is wrong? You don't normally call me like this," Graphia's husband said, as Graphia spoke. "I think I found a child from the Halfus clan, remember their boy who was kidnapped from a very young age?" Graphia asked, as her husband gave a hum of sound. "I remember that day. The woman in charge was someone who knew about the supernatural and she was very clearly looking at the boy with malice," the man said, as Graphia nodded on her end. "I know that the boy I was talking to was that very same boy who was taken from his family inside the underworld. But the woman he came in with was very clearly not Inko Midoriya, she was Miki Hyoudou, and from what I know Citri found out about his magical power from his one appearance as well as perfect scores on his middle school tests," Graphia said, as the man made a sound of agreement. "Well, we should allow Rias to inform him about his magical prowess as well as feel him out for a devil-like presence," Graphia said, as her husband gave a hum of acknowledgement. "I will inform my little sister about the potential ally she could gain from the Hyoudou family. I hope that she learns how to talk to others without having to arrive as soon as they are dying," the man said, as Graphia nodded herself. "Well, let Rias know by the end of the week. Make sure that Rias doesn't try and bring Izuku into her peerage. He in terms of magical power is as strong as a high-class devil in terms of magic prowess," Graphia said, as her husband gave a sound of agreement. Once the look of the boy was memorized within the magic circle that Graphia sent to her husband, she earned the sound of recognition from him. "That is definitely the long-lost descendant of the Halfus clan. I can only hope that he isn't found by the old Satan clan. They would use his childhood as a way to manipulate him to their side. He cannot be given to them. He would cause the destruction of the human world itself," the man said, as Graphia nodded on her end. "See you when I get home, Sirzex-sama," Graphia said, as the man hung up. With Izuku and Miki they were entering the car after his first day at the therapist, and he couldn't say that it wasn't bad. He managed to get out everything that he thought about from when he was 4 years old up until now, and he smiled out the window as Miki drove back to her home. Walking through the front door of the home, Issei ran up to his mother and Izuku as he asked them about their day. "Hey, how was the visit to the therapist?" he asked, as Izuku looked up at him. It felt good to get everything out. I noticed her have a scary aura whenever I said something that was very traumatic for me," Izuku said, as Miki nodded. "She is the best person who I found who cared about those who were quirkless individuals. She makes sure that the people she gives advice to are completely safe as well as protected in her room. I've even seen some sigils in her therapy room to make them feel even safer within the room itself," Miki said, as Izuku looked at her confused. "Why you had to get therapy?" Izuku asked, concerned. "Yes, I got therapy because of the previous times I was pregnant and couldn't bear a child. It broke me inside that I couldn't have a child, but that all changed when I had Issei, and he will literally be the last child I can conceive through biological means," Miki said, as Izuku nodded and gave her a hug. I'm sorry that why you couldn't get the child you've always wanted. Other than Issei-san," Izuku said, as Issei smiled at the boy. "Don't worry about hurting my feelings, it happens with parents anyway," Issei said, laughing a bit as Miki looked at her son. "Hey, don't think that we mean to hurt your feelings on purpose, we are just playing the tough love on you. Especially considering your perverted nature you gained from that old man in the park," Miki said, as Issei chuckled and looked away. Whilst the mother and biological son conversed in the kitchen, Izuku walked to his bedroom as he pulled out a paper as he started to write the sigil that he had found in the room when he was on his way out. As soon as he finished the sigil, he noticed how it looked, inhuman in nature, and as he nicked his finger to see what it would do, he watched as the sigil had started to glow an ominous emerald green hue. As the light increased in his room, he covered his eyes as he tried to figure out what was happening. As soon as the light subdued itself, he turned his head back towards the weird circle and he found his therapist. What was she doing here? Graphia-san, what are you doing here? Izuku asked, as the woman took in her surroundings before noticing Izuku standing before her. Izuku-kun, how did you summon me? She asked, as she looked at how bland the room was for him. I just made the sigil I found in your room at the therapist's office and placed a small bit of blood in it. Then you appeared, Izuku said, looking away as if he did something wrong. Don't worry, young man, what you just did was initiate some magic into the room to summon me. Not sure how you managed to summon someone as powerful as me, but I can find that out later. Graphia said, as she stepped out of the circle and sat on the boy's bed. Come here, little one, we need to talk about your heritage. Graphia said, as Izuku sat next to her on the bed. As they sat there for a while, no one said a thing before Izuku looked up at her as she gathered her thoughts in order to tell him. Izuku, could you ever notice something different about the world? Especially as a child, something you could see that nobody couldn't? Graphia asked, as Izuku thought about it. I found a weird monster in the forest near my home when I was a kid. I thought it was a figment of my imagination though. Izuku said, as Graphia nodded. Well, what you saw was a supernatural creature that was looking at you. Did it do anything that made you fearful of it? She asked, as Izuku thought about it. I was more curious about it than anything. I moved closer to it and reached out to it, but Keiko-chan had scared it off but couldn't see it. Izuku said, as Graphia nodded. What you encountered was a familiar inside the human world. It was curious about you and was probably scared of loud noises. Do you know the quirk of this Kachan? Graphia asked, as Izuku nodded. His quirk has something to do with explosions. He secretes nitroglycerin-like substances for sweat, and he can ignite them in his hands, making the explosions. Izuku said, as he looked terrified after making a note about them. He walked over to his remade hero notebooks as he gave the newest one he had made that day to Graphia so she could see how he did his notes. She was pleasantly impressed with how he was capable of making notes that were extremely close to a professional from the human world in terms of analyzing quirks as well as coming up with different ways to take them down. He even wrote about how he would increase their abilities if he even had their ability himself, and she couldn't help but smile at how there was a forged All Might signature in the book. Did you meet All Might? Or is this forged? Graphia asked, as Izuku shook his head. I met All Might that day. The day that Keiko-chan told me that. You know how some people say don't meet your heroes? Izuku said, as Graphia nodded. Well, when they said that, it was literally that for All Might. He was incredibly blunt when he told me that I couldn't become a hero, and I am lucky to even be alive. Issei-san, he managed to see me from the ground below me and ran up the 20 flights of stairs in order to get to me as fast as possible. Izuku said, as Graphia thought about his answer to her mental problem. If this Issei hadn't saved this boy, we would have lost his mind as well as his clan forever. Graphia came up with as she shook her head. Well, you should probably head to bed, Izuku, you will have to go to school in the morning. Graphia said, as Izuku looked at her. Why, you know about the school I'm going to? Izuku asked, as Graphia nodded. I know the principal there, and she informed me about you before Mickey did. I look forward to you learning how to use magic in the future, young man. Graphia said, as Izuku looked at her confused. Use magic? What's that? Is it a quirk? Izuku asked, as Graphia shook her head. Magic is a concept of one's imagination made real. If you want to learn how to become better at magic, especially since you seem to get the hang of it right now, just talk to the principal after school. She will teach you how to use magic after school hours in order to catch you up with those of your peers who know about magic. Graphia said, as Izuku looked even more confused. If I know magic, does that mean you know it too? Izuku asked, as Graphia smiled at him before revealing her wings. Izuku stared at the 5 pairs of devilish wings that came from the woman's back as he looked at them in awe, before he felt something in his own back that were begging to be freed. Straining his own back enough to let whatever was there to be free, He felt his back protrude a bit before he let out a breath he didn't know he had. Graphia was about to leave when she heard the boy's release of a breath and turned around to see what was happening. It was here that she stopped dead in her tracks as soon as she saw the wings on the boy's back, black with an emerald green color that surrounded the black leathery wings. "Why, you're like me," Graphia said, as Izuku looked at her confused now. "What do you mean, isn't that your quirk?" Izuku asked, before looking at his back. Wait, I have a quirk," Izuku called out, as Graphia covered his mouth. Izuku yelled into her hand. "Please be quiet about this. If this information got out, you would be hunted for all eternity by those who hate our kind," Graphia said, urgently as Izuku nodded in her hand. Releasing the hand, she sat the boy on his bed before telling him about the race she was a part of, and that he just figured out existed with his own bloodline. "Izuku Midoriya, you are a devil. From the 3 pairs of devil wings that I can see, you are a very powerful one at that. You are a part of a faction that exists within its very own faction that was split up because of a great war that your ancestors were a part of," Graphia said, as Izuku pulled out a notebook to write this down. As she continued with the amount of history the devil faction had in the world of the supernatural, Izuku was intrigued about the history about them. They continued to talk about the supernatural as Izuku learned how to converse with those who were devils. Izuku then made a note about the woman's aura being covering her body with a light blue hue covering her body, as the woman smiled. He could already sense other devils in the world, and that ability is very rare between devils, and she couldn't wait until he got many times stronger. "That is all the time I can give to you, Izuku. Make sure to train your magical power before entering high school, all right? I will be having someone keep an eye on you during school," Graphia said, as Izuku nodded. As soon as the woman left the room as well as the human world, Izuku smiled to himself as he thought about everything that happened in his life leading up to this point. It all could have been avoided from the beginning if he was still with the devils, and he couldn't help but feel bad about never knowing who his original parents were, considering they were killed in the Devil's Civil War. Shaking his head to get some sleep, he knew that he would need to increase his magical power as well as physical strength. He needed to be strong enough to handle himself. And if what Graphia had told him was correct, he would need to be strong enough to have a peerage as soon as he reaches his 2nd year of high school. He would fall asleep a few minutes later after having those thoughts with a smile on his face. He wouldn't be plagued by nightmares that night. Izuku woke up the next morning feeling more refreshed than he had in the last few years of his life until this point. Smiling to himself, although it felt a little strained to his own mind, he walked downstairs into the kitchen and found Miki cooking some breakfast. "Morning, Izuku. How did you sleep last night, as terrible as the last few?" Miki asked, concerned for the boy as she cooked. "I actually got more than enough sleep last night. I'm ready for my D-Day actually," Izuku said, as he stuttered out his answer. "Well, that's good. It means that you are fitting right into our family. I can only hope that with your presence here that Eyes can stop his perverted streak for just a bit longer. It's been so nice to see my son here hanging out with his brother as well as parents more often instead with those bad influences," Miki said, as Izuku chuckled softly. The two would spend the better part of the early morning making breakfast for the other two in the home as Izuku prepared himself to get to the middle school he was transferred to. Issei had come by to say hello to Izuku in that time as the boy was slightly happier for that good morning he received from the perverted boy. Izuku knew that the boy was holding himself back because of him and he wanted to get the young man a gift that would satisfy him. He was walking to school completely unaware of the fact that a small girl with white hair was watching him from afar as Izuku was walking to school. As he was entering through the front gates of the place, he made himself as small as possible from those around him who looked at him with confusion as well as gossiped about him. Once he arrived at the main office of the building, Izuku waited in the waiting area as he looked at the surroundings of the school. It was much more massive than his previous one, and no one was using their quirks on the premises. It calmed him slightly. It wasn't long before the principal of the school revealed themselves with a small smile on her face as she walked over to Izuku. "Good morning, Izuku. Would you like me to continue calling you that?" Citri asked, as Izuku looked at the woman. "Sure thing. I don't mind." Izuku stuttered out as the woman smiled. Don't worry, I won't call you that derogatory nickname that your previous teachers called you. Citri said, as Izuku looked at her worriedly. I can read your mind, child, it's my quirk. The woman said, as Izuku immediately changed personalities on the spot and demanded answers to his ungodly number of questions. The principal had walked him down the hall as he wrote down each and every answer she gave him as the woman smiled at his curiosity. Once the two had arrived at the classroom that the boy was going to reside within for the remainder of the year until he enters high school, Citri looked at him. All right, Izuku, every day after school meet me in my office as I show you certain texts to help you with your lessons, the principal said, as Izuku nodded along. Well, with that, this is your classroom. Make sure that you introduce yourself to the teacher as well as the students inside, and after that you can make your way through the year. Citri said, as Izuku happily nodded his head. This was his new start, one where he wouldn't have to worry about Bakugo or anyone else who hated those who were quirkless. He could do this. Can you please get your feet off that desk? A feminine voice called out from inside. Opening the door slightly, and nervously, Izuku looked on at what could only be pure chaos inside the room as all the students inside were completely made up of women. Blinking twice over, he looked at his schedule and realized that something was wrong. He was in an all-girls school. Looking at the teacher who looked exasperatedly at the student who wasn't listening to the class president, he announced his presence at the door when it was opened all the way. As that was made, everyone looked over at him as they all got defensive of themselves before. He raised his arms in the air as if making himself seem non-threatening. Who are you and why are you here? The teacher asked, moving towards him. I think there might have been a mistake with placing me here. But my schedule said that I was supposed to be here. Izuku said, as the teacher grabbed his schedule from his outstretched hand. Oh, so you are the new student I was told I was receiving for a replacement. You better treat my girls with respect as well as kindness, young man. The teacher scolded as Izuku looked at the ground, nodding. All right, students, get back to your seats and sit properly. We have a new student here today, and as we can see it seems like Mrs. Citri is doing an experiment on our own school. This is our first male student within our halls. Introduce yourself, young man, the teacher said, sitting back down in her seat. Izuku walked up to the chalkboard as he looked at the teacher before she nodded to him as he wrote his name down on the chalkboard. Hello, my name is Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you all. I hope you aren't offended by things I might accidentally ask. Izuku said, as the girls in the room stared at him with scrutiny. Once Izuku was fully introduced to the class, he was given his seat ironically in the middle of all the girls as it was the only remaining seat that wasn't filled out. Once Izuku sat in his seat, he looked about the room as he took in every single girl in the room as they looked as threatening as possible towards him as Izuku felt himself shrink in on himself. Once the class started in full, the teacher went over the lesson as Izuku had wrote his notes in succession as he finished the lesson for the day off with his hero notes that he usually took on his own. An hour would soon pass as the class would end, giving the students a 15-minute reprieve from class so they could speak and converse with one another. Izuku, though, had kept to himself as he focused on the things he noticed about his new classmates, mannerisms as well as actions. He started to make notes on their quirks as well from what he could learn from their speaking when they introduced themselves to him. For the first time in the last 10 years, Izuku felt himself slowly lower the guarded front he held at all times, although he certainly regrets lowering it for the millisecond that he did as one girl walked over to meet him. Hey, you're the new kid around here, right? The surprisingly nice girl asked. Izuku looked at her features and found that she had dog ears on top of her head as well as sharp canine teeth in her mouth as she looked at him like a puppy would their owner. Why yeah, what's wrong? Did I do something bad already? I'm sorry if I did, Izuku said, as he stuttered out an apology. Wow, the others weren't kidding when you were really guarded when it comes to others. My name is Elizabeth Asariel. Nice to meet you. The girl introduced herself as Izuku shook her hand, which looked normal if it weren't for the claws that looked similar to a dog. The two would continue to talk to one another as the girl's mere presence had started to lower the boy's guarded expression, and the girl managed to be capable of sitting next to him as he did his writing in his journal. Wow, you really know that much about our quirks from our descriptions. You must have some kind of mental quirk, huh? The girl questioned as Izuku's face became guarded once more. I don't have a quirk, Izuku said, before sighing in sadness. Once he said those words, everything in the room had stopped completely. The girls around him had stopped talking to one another as they looked at the boy. He was so on guard now that he was looking more depressed than before as the dog girl had spoken once more after her surprise. Wow, you're quirkless. I can't imagine what life could have been for you growing up. I don't wish that kind of thing on others, Elizabeth said, as she looked at the boy in not pity but sadness. Why yeah, I'm sure you all seen the statistics for those like me. We don't normally last long in our lives, Izuku muttered as he got back to work. His unguarded look from before not presenting anymore as he was even more on guard for his feelings as well as body language. The girl who had started talking to him, Elizabeth, took this moment to leave the boy alone as she felt like she hurt the boy's emotions after that comment. Well, if it makes why you feel better. I'm sorry for what I said, the girl said, as she walked away. Don't worry about it. Why you didn't mean it, Izuku muttered out, as he focused on his hero notes. As that bombshell was completely digested in the classroom, the girls went back to talking to one another as they talked about their mornings before Izuku's words of being quirkless had come in. Although he would hear the occasional words of some of the girls stating their words about never seeing a quirkless individual before. Although there was some hate-filled comments about those like himself, Izuku shook his head as he refocused on his next class as the teacher had come into the room to begin the lesson. If there was anything Izuku liked more about this school, it was that the girls were more quiet about Izuku's quirkless status. They talked to one another about him, but since he was quite literally the only male on campus, they couldn't do anything about him. They did see that he was really respectful towards them, which went completely up on their heads from what their parents told them about quirkless individuals in the past. Once the end of the day came in, Izuku was walking over towards the principal's office when he ran into another student. The student council president of the school had come to him. Hello Midoriya, how are you doing today? The girl asked, as Izuku shook the girl's hand as he retracted his hand just as fast. Going fine so far. Nobody's tried to attack me yet, Izuku said, as the girl looked at him confusedly. What do you mean nobody's attacked you yet? She asked, as Izuku informed the girl about his previous school and how the students reacted to his quirkless status. I can see why you are waiting for the hat to drop, so to say. The girl asked, as Izuku nodded. Well, I can promise you that none of that will happen on our watch. We are the school's security. Since we are the student council, we take our jobs within the place seriously, the girl said, as she patted Izuku's mossy head. She didn't miss how Izuku flinched slightly from her raising her hand in the air though as she had slowly patted his head. She wasn't caught off guard by it, but she had not seen a human like him act that way in a very long time. Well, my name is Illusia Citri. I hope to get along with you in the future, Izuku, the girl said, smiling at Izuku as the boy nodded. As soon as Izuku entered the principal's office, he sat down in the comforter as he relaxed into the seat in order to calm himself down. How was your first day of school, Izuku? Citri asked, as she looked at Izuku. It was many times better than the previous school. No one has attacked me after hearing about me being quirkless, so that's a plus. For now, Izuku said, as the principal sighed. I know that it will be a tough time to learn how to keep yourself feeling like a kid for a while, but you should probably take in some deep breaths before we start your training, Citri said, as Izuku looked at her confusedly. What do you mean training? Izuku asked, as the woman looked at him. Didn't Graphia tell you? The woman asked, as Izuku looked even more confused. How do you know Graphia-san? Izuku asked, as Citri revealed her own heritage. Why, you're a devil too. That means that the lessons you will be giving me, Izuku muttered as Citri nodded. I will be your teacher in learning the arts of magic of your own family. Your true family, Citri said, as Izuku looked downright completely lost. What do you mean my true family? Izuku questioned as Sitri looked at him. I can sense the magic of those around me, and I can pinpoint whose family they belong to. Your magic power resembles that of the lost clan of the Halfus clan within the underworld. Your parents were killed in the Devil's Civil War back a few decades ago. Because of your babysitter, your bloodline had survived until now, but I apologize for how your life had been until now. Wait, my last name isn't Midoriya? Izuku asked, as Sitri smiled. Nope, you are Izuku Halfus, but if you wish you can keep the Midoriya as a middle name. Sitri asked, as Izuku shook his head. Inko may have cared for me slightly, but ever since I was revealed to be quirkless she just neglected me for the rest of my younger years until I was in my teenage years. I cooked for myself during that time, Izuku said, as Sitri nodded as they went outside into the back of the building. There Izuku found himself learning how to use offensive spells as well as his clan's ability to control nature as well as the earth with their own magic. For the next few hours, the two would spend their time in the back of the school grounds learning how to get Izuku's magic to show itself. But without any good luck they had to have Izuku leave without learning anything else should he decide to stay the night at the school. Once in the safety of his bedroom, and with the knowledge that his family were really the Halfus clan, Izuku made it his mission to make sure that he becomes the perfect heir to his clan. He doesn't wish to cause Sitri-san or Graphius-san any burden because he can't use his own magic to keep himself safe. So as he was sleeping in his room, he tried to keep his body awake as he tried to use his clan's magic like Sitri instructed him to do. As he thought about controlling the earth to do whatever he wanted it to do for him, he finally managed to get a flower in the pot next to him to bloom and show a beautiful cherry blossom tree that he bought on the internet. It was small at the moment, but he would need to place it outside to grow it in the backyard if he wanted it to happen. Izuku would fall asleep completely exhausted since he hadn't ever activated his magical circuits that he should have had activated at a very young age. He smiled in his sleep though as he felt his magic coming back to him through the earth as it smiled back at him, preparing him for the next day of school both mentally as well as physically. The next morning Izuku was seen planting his cherry blossom tree in the backyard as he looked at the small tree growing from the pot as he dug a small hole. As soon as the small hole was made for the tree, he placed the pot next to the hole as he dug out the roots to the tree as he planted it in the backyard in order to watch it grow over the next few days. As soon as that was done, he went back inside the house as he took a shower to take care of the dirt and grime on his body from digging in the backyard. Once said shower was complete, he re-entered the kitchen as he started to make breakfast for those in the house. The breakfast was something Inko Midoriya would make for him on a daily basis as it was his favorite food that the human world made for him. Smiling down at the food he was making, it was actually the only fond memory of the woman he ever had before the quirkless diagnosis before finding out that he wasn't even human in the first place. The food item he was making was katsudon. It was a really heavenly food item that humans could make from pork rice as well as eggs. He finished making the rice as well as the pork as he prepared the eggs when he heard Issei coming down the stairs and into the kitchen with Miki Hyoudou and Goro Hyoudou. Morning bro, how are you doing today? Issei asked, as he sat down at the table. I'm fine, just planted a tree in the backyard. It will spend the next few days growing back there since it got too big for my bedroom. I hope that it grows big enough to be a calming spot for me. Izuku said, as he finished the eggs and placing it in each bowl of katsudon that was made. As the small family ate the food Izuku made, they had actually had to do a spit take as they stopped eating to look at Izuku who had been sitting at the table eating his own bowl of katsudon. The young boy was actually looking like a baby having the first meal of his life as his eyes sparkled as he ate the food. Izuku, since when could you cook this good? Miki asked, as Izuku thought about it. Well, before I moved in with you all, the only thing I learned how to do was cook with Midoriya Inko. That was certainly the only thing she taught me how to do, since she said that the best way to get a woman to like me was to get through to her stomach. Izuku said, as Issei smiled. Well, that is half right, the same as with us guys. The best way to make us happier as well as fall in love with a woman or man faster is through our stomachs. Goro said, as he happily ate the food. It would be a while before the rest of the family would finish the food Izuku made when the young man placed all the bowls and leftovers either in the sink or the fridge for a later meal. Izuku took some leftovers and placed it inside his lunch box so that he could have it for a meal later. Saying goodbye to the Hyoudous, Izuku left them in order to go to school early so that he could have some milk to drink before classes. The day of school was amazing for Izuku. The students hadn't talked to him about his quirkless status, and apparently the school thought about all the rude comments about him were punishable. So he had heard about all the students who bad-mouthed him in the school either being kicked out of the school or being placed in detention for the remainder of the day. And school was coming to a close in terms of classes since Izuku was nearing the last week of school at Kuoh Junior High. So as he was leaving his last class of the day, he walked over to the principal's office as he entered the room to find Mrs. Citri looking at him with a smile. "I'm pretty sure I told you to use your magic only when in here or outside in the backyard," the woman said, as she smirked at him with an evil smile. I thought that I could let my magic work on a plant near my bed," Izuku mumbled as the woman sighed and patted his head. "I could feel the magic you were displaying from all the way here, and my daughter had noticed the magic not belonging to any of the living clans of the devils. She thought you were a rogue devil in need of killing. I had to tell her about your presence in Kuoh so that she wouldn't get defensive," Citri said, as Izuku nodded. Time passed as Izuku was now outside with Citri as they trained him in his magical energy that was quickly growing in time. It seemed the more he used his magic the more he could store up inside of himself without having to need to use it completely. So what he did the previous night granted him the magical power to grow slowly overnight and grow even more in the sunlight. They trained until it was reaching dark as Izuku gathered his things as Citri smiled at him as he walked out of the school in order to walk home. "Hey Izuku," Citri called out, as Izuku turned over to see her. "Make sure that you are known within the underworld by the time you are a part of Kuoh Academy. They will be glad to bring you into the underworld's knowledge of magic as well as bring your family heritage lands back into your possession," Citri said, as Izuku nodded. When Izuku left the area, Graphia had arrived in the spot where he used to be as she turned around to look at Lady Citri. "Mrs. Citri," Graphia acknowledged, as the woman nodded back. "Graphia, it's been a while, about a week since our last meeting," Citri asked, as Graphia nodded. "I got some news about Izuku Halfus as well as the territory he technically owned in the underworld when he was still registered as a young devil," Graphia said, as she showed Citri the lands. It seems like he has some land under his name. I'm sure he won't want anything too big for himself, he seems like a minimalist at heart. He would probably get more land for others because of the large heart he bears," Citri said, as Graphia nodded. "We are preparing the land for when he enters the underworld by the end of the school year for humans. There is a slight problem though," Graphia said, grimacing. "What is wrong?" Citri asked, as Graphia gave the woman the details. Izuku was entering the home of the Hyoudou family as he saw Mickey doing some more dishes from that morning as he said his hello to the woman. As he placed his school bag on the ground near the front door, Izuku grabbed his homework as he began to complete it as fast as possible so he could start on dinner with Mickey. But whilst he was doing homework, Issei had decided that now was the perfect time to show himself at home as he sported some bad bruises. Izuku, being the small naive boy that he was, as well as completely innocent, especially for a young devil, ran over to try and help him out. What happened, Issei?" Izuku called out, stopping his homework since it was already done. Just a disagreement with some of the girls at my school," Issei said, as Izuku sat the boy down on the couch. As Izuku ran up the stairs into the bathroom to get some medical supplies, Mickey walked into the living room to look at her son. "I thought that you were done with peeping on the girls, Issei," she asked, calmly. "I didn't peep on them if that was what you were thinking about. I was trying to stop Matsuda and Motohama from peeping on them. But I caused a ruckus that made the girls think that I was peeping on them. All I wanted was to have a normal day, and this is what happens," Issei said, as Izuku finally returned. "Well, make sure that they know what was happening next time without getting yourself involved behind the wall," Mickey said, as Izuku worried about the boy. Here are some cotton swabs as well as some alcohol. It will make the pain be numbed. Izuku said, as he started to apply the bandages as well as alcohol to the affected areas. How are you ouch, so good at bandaging me? Issei asked, as Izuku looked like he was working on a patient that lost a finger. When you live up with a living human that has the power that a grenade holds, you learn to hide your injuries from those around you. Especially the ins and outs of medical equipment as well as learning how to bandage yourself properly. Izuku said, as Issei looked at him concerned. Don't worry, I don't get that same treatment at Kuoh Junior High. It was something that I learned from the age of 4 until a few weeks before I met you. Izuku said, as Issei nodded his head accepting the answer. Soon after the medicine was given to Issei, Izuku gave the boy some aspirin in order to get the boy's growing headache to leave him alone. There, you should be fine for doing whatever you do in your room. But please make sure that you do your homework for once. Izuku asked, as Issei looked at him with a dreadful look. Do you think you could help me with some of it? I know that you are in a lower grade than me, but I could use some help understanding the lessons that I have. Issei asked, as Izuku nodded. Following the young man to where Izuku's homework was placed, Issei noticed that Izuku's maths were at a much higher level than his was at Kuoh Academy. How are you in a higher level of maths than I am? Issei asked, as Izuku looked at his math homework. Well, as a quirkless individual, you always have time to study further than those around you since they hate your guts. So I spend my time learning more about quirks as well as doing better in my classes, even though the teachers lowered my grades. Trust me, I've cross-graded my work many times using what the teacher's guide gives me for how to get them done, and my answers are the same, just done a different way. Izuku said, as Issei nodded. And for the remaining time they had together before dinner was completed, Izuku helped Issei with his homework as well as helping him understand lessons that were about a week in advance so he would be capable of passing the classes that he would be in. Thanks Izuku, it's been a while since I had managed to get a higher grade than Matsuda in a while. Issei said, as Izuku thought about the boy in question. Who is Matsuda anyway? Izuku asked, as Issei gained a guarded look. Matsuda Motoyama, he is my best friend since we were kids. But he is a pervert like me, and he prefers the butts of girls compared to me who prefers the girls' beeps. But other than that, I have another friend who is named Motohama Tatsuya. He is a jock kind of guy who used to be good at track and field, but because of me and Matsuda becoming friends with him we managed to bring his inner pervert out, apparently though he liked lolis. Issei said, chuckling at the thought. Issei, do you want my honest opinion about why the girls hate you? Izuku asked, as the boy looked at him. What is it? He asked, looking in Izuku's expressive emerald orbs. The girls P probably don't like your guts B because you and your friends are perverted, and T tell everyone about your P preferences. Izuku said, as Issei thought about it and the boy was right. But how else am I going to have everyone know about my preferences in women? Isn't it something you need to do to let a woman know you're interested in them? Issei asked, as Izuku shook his head. I may not have found a girl attractive in my eyes yet. But if what I was taught by Midoriya Izuku. You are respect women, and not peep on them. Why you need to stop peeping on the girls. And maybe, they might just look at you normally. Izuku said, as Issei thought about this. What about Matsuda and Motohama? They're my friends. Issei asked, as Izuku looked him in the jade eyes of the young man. Do they even act like friends? Izuku asked, as Issei thought about it. From what his opinion on friends are, they stick up for one another, and protect them from any and all harm. And in Issei's opinion the fact that Matsuda and Motohama leave him behind to take the brunt of the damage for whatever they do makes him feel a little betrayed. Well no. But I can't abandon them like that. Issei said, as Izuku nodded. Well you don't have to abandon them. Why you could still be friends with them, just keep your perversion streak down enough that it isn't noticeable. Izuku said, as Issei nodded. Once dinner was finished the family had eaten their dinner as Izuku thought about how to make sure that Issei can leave his friends from childhood without hurting their feelings. As he was thinking about this, The house phone got a call from someone as Izuku got up to answer it, and once he picked up the phone, he talked on it away from the small family, giving them some privacy. "Hello?" Izuku asked, as Citri's voice came in. "Hello Izuku, it's been a few hours since our last talk, but do you think you could come in early tomorrow so we could talk about certain subjects that will require your say in things? It's important and has to deal with your future as an heir to your clan," Citri said, as her voice had undertones of slight fear as well as worry. "Sure thing, I was hoping to leave school later tomorrow anyway with Mickey's say," Izuku said, as said woman entered the room he was in. "Izuku, who was on the phone with you?" the woman asked, as Izuku told her it was the school principal who wanted his contact information so that if something bad happened at school he could inform her. Mickey bought the small white lie as she left him alone as Izuku finished his talk with Citri as she bade him goodnight. It has been a few days since the call from Citri and Izuku had found out many things about the underworld and its workings. The elder devils wanted to dictate who he married so that they could have more children from his family in order to bring the pure devils' numbers back up, so he was going to the underworld in order to plead his case to choose his own future fiancé for when he feels like he should marry them. He was on a train next to Citri as the woman looked down at Izuku's slightly anxious look and body language. "Don't worry Izuku, this won't last long. I will make sure that you have enough say in who you choose to marry or show your love to. I made sure that my own daughter could have her own way into marriage. She has to be beaten by someone who is better than she is at chess. There is no workaround, and I plan on doing something similar to you. I just need to find something you are better at than most devils," Citri said, as Izuku thought about it. Well, I can cook. I can be an artist when I want to. I had analysis notebooks back in my old home in Musudafu which held my analysis of those heroes around me. Even some villains were in those notebooks," Izuku said, as Citri nodded. There were plenty of strategists in the underworld, but there weren't as many artists as possible in the underworld, and in her own personal opinion they weren't good at all. So she needed to make sure that she saw his works in order to make a plan around having someone do art better than him. "Can you show me some samples of your art?" Citri asked, as Izuku pulled out his phone as he showed his art. It showed some kind of art you would find at a museum like Da Vinci, who made the Mona Lisa, and Izuku's artwork was similar but more realistic in style. The first picture that was shown to be drawn was a woman who had long purple hair and baby blue eyes as she looked out the window of a cafe. She wore a large pink cardigan that covered her generous body as well as bust and wore long slacks that gave her a good amount of warmth for a winter month. The next thing that caught her off guard was how well detailed the image was compared to others in the image. He drew certain individuals in the background with their very own traits, such as a star on their head, a giant fighting a hero in the background, but the image had them blurred out somewhat, giving the person in the middle of the page the full attention. "Wow, this picture looks very similar to one of the people who had entered a pact with me. Do you know who this woman is?" Citri asked, as Izuku answered almost immediately. "Gee, that is what I imagined Midnight, the RRR-rated heroine, to look like in civilian clothes when not on the job," Izuku said, as Citri looked at the image closer. There was a similar mole on the woman's left cheek in the same spot as the heroine Midnight as well as Nimari Kayama that she remembered when talking to the woman. The woman also complained to her about a certain boy who she was asking for some lewd images of herself to see how well he would draw her based on what he believes her body to look like, only to be refused since he doesn't like how some people objectify certain heroines. "Well, that is definitely someone who was in a pact with me. Her name is Kayama Nimari in her civilian attire, all right. I'm not sure how you managed to get that right, but do you have someone else in a similar light?" Citri asked, as Izuku showed his most recent one he made. It was surprisingly best jeanist who was in something not stylized in jeans but a more normal clothing style, a large dress shirt covered by a dress jacket as well as long dress pants with dress shoes at a ball. All in all, the man looked like he had been a large giraffe of a man with his jeans, but now he looked like an overly large man with a much longer neck than most. "I will make sure that those who wish to have your hand in marriage are under the age of 18 so that we can have a marriage that is near your age. Unless you are into the opposite, say," Citri asked, as Izuku shook his head. "I'm not into men, to be honest. I prefer girls if they wanted to marry me. Although if the elder devils are going to try and force me into a marriage with a girl who doesn't want it, I will make sure that I don't allow their free will to be taken. I will allow them to do whatever they want, even marry someone else if they so wish. Izuku said, as Citri smiled. We will arrive at the capital soon, be prepared for them all to demand that you listen to their demands, they will not appreciate someone not listening to their overall ruling. Citri said, as Izuku scoffed. I've lived with people trying to dictate what my life will be as a useless quirkless boy. I think I can handle elders thinking they know what I want, even if it is for the race of devils to be brought up from the grave. Personally, if they want to control my life like that, I won't join them. Izuku said, as Citri gained a concerned expression. It wasn't until a few hours later that Izuku and Citri were at a big building that held all the elder devils that would be here for this meeting between the heir to the Halfus clan and his future. Entering the giant building, surprisingly it was shaped like a dome, and Izuku looked even more anxious about entering the place. It was giving him bad vibes about the place of origin as he struggled to get himself under control. They arrived in a massive room where a bunch of older devils argued about certain laws and regulations. Shut up, we have our guest of honor here, Sears X Lucifer called out, as he looked behind himself to see Izuku. Sears X Lucifer was a tall man with long crimson-colored hair as well as teal-colored eyes. He walked over to Izuku with a regal walk. Hello there Izuku, would you like me to add your last name courtesy of the devil clan you were born from? Sears X questioned, as Izuku nodded. This is Izuku Halfus of the long-lost Halfus clan from the Devil's Civil War. He is here because of the fact that he was brought into our knowledge mere days ago because of his magical potential. His strength as well as magical prowess is already that of a high-class devil, and we are to talk about his placement within our society. Sears X said, as the elders talked to one another. They talked about having some of their daughters marry the boy to enter a relation with him so that they could gain favor. With some of that talk, Izuku cringed since he was not liking how they were conversing with one another. Izuku in a moment of pure innocence as well as naivety had placed his image of Midnight on the podium for Sears X to enhance with his magic. Once the image was shown to them all, they all looked at the picture depicting the R-rated heroine Midnight looking akin to a civilian in the clothes she was wearing. What is the meaning of this Sears X? A painting isn't going to inform us about what the boy wishes. One of the elders asked, as Sears X smiled. If you all are wondering what this image is for, this image was hand-drawn and colored in by Izuku Halfus. His wishes are for those who wish to marry him or under the age of 18 so that when he becomes of age to marry a girl, woman of his own age, they will have their choice to accept or to decline. He doesn't wish to take their chance of free will away from them. Sears X said, as one of the elders scoffed. Preposterous. There is no way this young man had made an art piece this beautiful. It's not possible, the elder said, as he glared at Izuku. The young man walked up to the podium and looked at Sears X so he could speak. Slander him all they can, but they will not slander his hard work. You call this work not mine, well how about I draw something in front of all of you? It takes a few hours to make something akin to this, so are you willing to watch me draw something like this but much better? Izuku challenged as the elders around the room gave him the chance to do so. As the elders had watched as Izuku drew a very muscular man who had a heroic suit to match his muscular frame, they all noticed how the boy was drawing him to a T. From how many muscles the hero had, to the sunken-in eyes, to the dimples on his face as well as the seeming intimidating presence the man held, even in picture he was intimidating. After a few hours of drawing something akin to a master artist like Da Vinci, the elders had to know now how the boy could draw something this good just from mental imagery. How did you know what the man looked like in a civilian form? One of the elders asked, as if they already knew. Before I moved to Kuoh Town, I had the pleasure of meeting All Might myself. And I will never forget what he looked like outside of his hero form. I sincerely hope that you all don't talk to anyone else in the human world about All Might's true form. Because if it got out that he had gotten weaker since a battle he had about 6 years ago with a villain who was capable of nearly killing him, chaos will be shown across all of Japan. And villains much more dangerous than the ones we see on a daily basis will get more courage in order to come out believing that they could take down All Might themselves. Izuku warned as the elders nodded to themselves. We will grant your wishes of your marriage proposals. But you must at least meet our choices for you before declining your marriage contract. The elders said, as Izuku nodded. If they wish to pursue me even after knowing about me and not because they wish to have more children that are of pure blood devil heritage, then I will accept this. I don't care about how many pure-blooded devils remain in the underworld. All I care about is how I can change what my dreams are on the surface world and become a better person than before. Izuku said, as Sirzex called an end to the meeting. When leaving the building, Izuku started to breathe heavily as well as hyperventilate since he was talking back to the elders to their faces and lived to tell the tale. Izuku, it's not that bad, in fact you showed them how strong you were. You didn't even need my presence to tell them that. Citri said, smiling at Izuku. I know, it's just nerve-wracking. I hope I didn't cause any kind of unrest in there, or insult any of them. Izuku said, as Sirzex as well as Citri smiled down at him. Don't worry, you will be fine, now get back to the human world. It should be around lunchtime now in the human world whilst it's still early here. Sirzex said, dropping them off at the underworld train. The duo would return to the human world a few minutes later as they continued on their happy day, unaware of the fact that a certain Phoenix familiar was watching him as they left. Izuku re-entered the school as Citri had returned back to the office where she would keep an eye on her subordinates who worked within the school. The young man had been completely taken aback when he had heard that he would have to choose someone to marry in the future. He had no idea of when that would be, but he would need to get a peerage in order to show the amount of power he would be capable of wielding in the future. But at the moment he was more focused on his own growth as a young devil since his magical presence was minuscule at best since his power was not achieved as a child. So as he ate his food on his own, he looked about the place as he found that some students talked about him as well as his quirklessness which got him to shrink in on himself. He wasn't a fan of this place now, especially since the students had found a way to avoid being in trouble by stating that they were nowhere near the boy when they made their statements. He focused on bringing his natural power from the earth as well as bring himself into a state of calmness before he pulled out some papers in order to draw. It was a small hobby he gained when he wrote about heroes as well as villains' quirks in order to have a small chance at becoming someone worthy of being a hero. But alas, it just was for naught as the boy was even told by his idol that it was impossible to become a hero without a quirk or superpower. He shrugged those thoughts off as he knew that his talks with the therapist was making his suicidal thoughts show themselves there as they worked on getting him to know that there were people who cared about him, he would just have to find them. Now though, he was dealing with the crippling loneliness that he was suffering from as he sat alone at his lunch table. Still unaware of the fact that he was being watched by a familiar phoenix outside the window from behind, not having the ability to sense something like that yet at his age. Lunch would soon end as the young man would gather his belongings in order to head to his next lesson for the day. Following not far behind though was a familiar face as she was thinking about how to apologize for her actions the other day. The rest of the day of school for Izuku was fine. The young man had dealt with the most problematic homework issues he had not long after he had gotten the homework. It did give him time to work on his magic capabilities, as well as learn how to expand his domain of power within his magical presence. Although, one thing he didn't take into account was how there was a girl watching from afar as she saw him create magic circles from his palms and thrust them outward making the very earth his play toy. Wow, I didn't know you could use magic. A familiar voice called out as Izuku turned around to find the dog mutation quirk girl staring at him. Elizabeth, what or why you doing here? Izuku asked, as the girl smiled before walking towards him. I wanted to apologize for my actions the other day. I know that it must have been hard growing up without a superpower of your own, and I hope that you can forgive me for my actions. The girl said, as she bowed. Hey don't do that. It wasn't why your fault. J just please next time, don't mention my quirklessness please. Izuku asked, as the girl nodded. So how are you doing those magic tricks? I saw you throwing around magic circles in the area, so can you tell me? The girl asked, her dog tail wagging behind her. Well, it's not like she will believe me when I tell her I'm a 100% bona fide devil. Izuku thought to himself, unknowingly muttering it out as he heard a gasp. Wait, you're a devil. Like the fire and brimstone kind of devil with a pitchfork? The girl asked, as Izuku shook his head. Not dissimilar, but we are. Not that kind of devil. I'm sure that there are some devils out there who are extremely similar to that, but that isn't me. Izuku said, as the girl let out a breath. Well, at least you would be a bad liar when it comes to that. You are really easy to read. So how does one become a devil? Elizabeth asked, as she sat next to the boy who was sitting on a bench. I don't know. From what I do know is that Beelzebub-sama will be giving me evil pieces, though I have no idea as to how I will be capable of using them. Izuku muttered to himself. Elizabeth watched on as Izuku would spiral out of control on a muttering spree as he continuously muttered about the pros and cons of an evil piece as he spoke about. She continued to watch him as she smiled at how passionate he became when introducing her to the world of the supernatural. It was here that Izuku felt something within the girl herself as he noticed a small presence within the girl, and looking at her eyes carefully he noticed something she didn't. I don't know whether or not to alarm you, Elizabeth-san, but I think you have something of a power outside of your quirk. Izuku said, as the girl looked at him confusedly. What are you talking about? The girl asked, completely confused now. I don't know what I am sensing from you specifically, but from what I can tell, you have a presence within the supernatural. I need to talk to Principal Citri about this. The boy said, before standing up and walking away. Elizabeth didn't know whether to be pissed at how he essentially blew her off, or just follow him to see what he was talking about, so she just opted to follow him to see what he was talking about. Within the next few minutes, the two found themselves in front of the principal's office as Izuku knocked on the door. Is there anything I should prepare myself for when we talk to her? Elizabeth asked, as Izuku shook his head. If there is anyone who could pinpoint what the cause of this presence, I feel inside of you is, it will be her. She has been teaching me how to use my clan's magic abilities. Izuku said, as the door opened. Midoriya, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be training your magic in the back? The principal asked, before noticing the girl's presence behind him. Don't worry, Citri-sama, she knows about me and how I can use magic. I need your help though, Izuku said, as the woman just allowed them both inside her office. How can I help you too, Midoriya? Citri asked, as Izuku just shook his head. I would much rather be called Halphus whenever we are alone, but okay. So when me and Elizabeth were talking outside after I was taking a break from training, I noticed something off about her energy she gave off. I think she has a sacred gear within her, Izuku said, as Citri looked at the girl much more closely. I'm not sure how I managed to pass her up when I first met her, but she does certainly hold a sacred gear. Not sure of the variety since there are so many out there, she could be holding onto. Alright, Elizabeth, I am going to need you to think about the most powerful thing you can feel within your body. Once you find it, try and softly pull it out into existence. Citri asked, as Elizabeth looked at the principal awkwardly. What am I supposed to think about? The girl asked, as Izuku came in here. Just think about the most powerful part of your own body that you can feel, think about this presence that shouldn't be there, but and try and pull it out. Izuku said, as the girl nodded. As the girl thought about the most powerful part about her body, she thought about her teeth as well as animal instincts when her body was engulfed in a massive blue glow. Once that was finished, she looked down at her right arm and found a small blue amulet that was hanging on her chest as well as a small gauntlet hanging on her forearm and hand that was blue in color with a golden gem in the middle. Wow, I never thought that you'd have a mid-tier sacred gear like that. You have something that is draconic in nature. Congratulations, Elizabeth, you were gifted something that most people would kill to have. Citri praised as Izuku looked away. It was Izuku's ability to sense it within me that we found out about it, so what does this gauntlet do anyway? The girl asked, as Citri went over the many abilities of her unawakened gear. Well, not much from what I can see, but that amulet is not for show either. But from looks alone, you might have the draconic sacred gear that holds Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon King. Citri said, as Elizabeth looked at Izuku. Who is that dragon then? She asked, as Izuku went over the draconic people of history she should be aware of. Well, there are many draconic sacred gears ranging from the Longinus users as well as those within the normal sacred gear rankings. But there is one who was close to becoming a dragon empress. It was those who wielded Tiamat's chaos karma powers. From what I remember, she could pull any good and bad karma from the surrounding area and use it against her opponents. Not only that, but she had impressive ice abilities that could even put Dedrade Gosh on the back burner for a little while. Not to mention that she really hates Dedrade for some reason. Izuku said, as he looked over the previous amounts of data on Tiamat as well as her previous hosts. So what do I do with her? Should I give her up to someone more capable of using her? The girl asked, as Izuku looked at her with shock. You would want to kill yourself by giving up your sacred gear. ? Izuku called out as Citri was alarmed as well. Wait. What do you mean kill myself by giving my sacred gear away? The girl exclaimed, confused and scared. When one loses their sacred gear, or has it forcefully taken away from them, the original wielder of the gear will die because it's akin to taking away one's soul from their body. Citri explained as the girl nodded ferociously. So what do I do with it? The girl asked, as Izuku thought about it. Well, when do my evil pieces come in, Citri-sama? Izuku asked, as Elizabeth looked at him confused. Ajuka has finished them already and will be mailing them to me so that you can hold on to them by tomorrow. I certainly hope that you are bringing her to your peerage soon, Izuku, that way you can start to bring up your team's capabilities. Citri said, as Izuku blushed a little. Well, do I have a choice in this matter? Elizabeth asked, concerned. Oh yeah, you do, but I would rather not have you become a member of my peerage if you don't wish for it to happen. We could remain friends as well, Izuku said, as the girl shook her head. Well, that wasn't what I was expecting to hear when you brought up your evil pieces. I don't mind being a devil actually, I just hope what piece I become will be powerful. The girl said, as she smirked at Izuku. I was thinking you'd be a perfect rook. Izuku mumbled as the girl looked at him. What do you mean by that? She asked, as Izuku looked at her. Well, people with animal traits take on the animal whose quirk they possess is similar to that animal. Meaning anything that makes them similar to a dog or wolf in nature, they will have their same resistances, likings, weaknesses, and many more things. But becoming a devil means that you would only gain one certain weakness to light magic or light weapons. Especially holy weapons, Izuku said, as he grimaced. For the remaining time they all talked about what to expect for the remaining part of the day as well as year, as they only had 2 days until the final exams for their grade and only 2 days until school was out and they would need to take the exams to get into Kuoh Academy. Once returning home, Izuku was entering the house in the dark as it was dusk out, when the lights suddenly came on as everyone shouted out loud. Happy birthday, Izuku, they all happily said, as the boy had immediately jumped back in fright holding his chest. What the group of people who were within the Hyoudou household didn't prepare for was Izuku pointing his hand out as a magic circle appeared out of reflex and wrapped them all up in a bunch of vines that were created from the boy's magic spell. Wait, Izuku, I thought you didn't have a quirk. Miki Hyoudou asked, as Izuku stared at them with slight fear in his eyes. Izuku stared at the small family as well as the smaller friend group of Issei as they stared at the boy with both confusion as well as slight concern. Izuku was shriveling up into a small ball onto the couch as he looked like he was being punished for something that he didn't do. As the family moved slightly closer to Izuku, they watched as he continued to make himself smaller as they sat down in front of him. Izuku, you aren't in trouble, but can you tell us how you manifested this kind of power? Miki Hyoudou asked, as Issei and his perverted friends looked at the boy with a sad smile of their own. It's something, that I've had my entire life. I only found out about my true heritage a few weeks ago. Izuku mumbled as they looked at him confusedly. What do you mean true heritage? Guro asked, softly as Izuku looked at them. Someone came up to me because they could feel my magical presence. I can control magic as if it was nothing. I was training on how to use the power effectively. I didn't mean to not tell you all about it, honest. I was going to tell you all about it when I mastered it. Izuku said, as the entire room looked at him quietly. Izuku lowered his head after a few minutes as if he was waiting to be punished for this action of not informing them about this power he held. I don't know about mom or dad, but having the ability to wield magic at your disposal makes you all the much cooler. I can't wait until I can use magic of my own if you can use it. Issei said, as his friends looked at him weirdly. Mickey and Goro smiled at Izuku as they pulled him closer into a hug, allowing the boy to relax in their hold. As soon as their impromptu celebration was put on hold, they sat with one another as they questioned who had told him about his heritage. It was Graphia-san, the therapist you gave me. She is a devil like me, Izuku said, revealing his 4 pairs of wings. The family looked at it as Issei made sure to look at his 4 pairs closely. So is the amount of power you can wield congruent with the number of wings you have? Issei asked as Izuku nodded. I have 6 wings in total, meaning that in terms of raw power that I can use when I gain access to it, I will be capable of going up against those who are in the high tier of high-class devils. The higher number of wings I have, the more power I hold within my body that just needs to be brought out. Izuku said, as he also informed them about the evil pieces he would be receiving from Ajuka Beelzebub. Wait, 6 wings. Dude, you have 8 wings as of right now, Issei said, as Izuku looked confused before looking behind himself and noticing the extra 2 wings. I didn't have that many last week. I must have increased my power output in the month or 2 that I had been training with Mrs. Citri. Izuku mumbled as Mickey noticed the name drop. Citri, isn't she your principal of Kuoh Middle School? Mickey asked, as Izuku nodded. Turns out that she has a daughter inside of Kuoh Academy who is the student council vice president. And since I will be heading to that school, Citri informed her daughter that I am a devil who will be living within her territory. Izuku informed as the family nodded along. They just dropped the subject since it was a lot of things to consider, as they had been living with devils in their city for the longest time without knowledge of it being seen. The birthday that Izuku had after their conversation about the supernatural was fun for Izuku, the young boy having the best day of his life since his 4th birthday. Izuku was now seen in his bedroom as he felt the planet, as he felt it smiling back at him through the wind, as he felt himself connect with the planet on a smaller level. It was the next morning that Izuku was seen training his magic in the backyard of the home that Issei had actually wanted to see something from the boy. Hey Izuku, do you think you can sense something inside of me? Issei asked, as Izuku thought about it for a second, moving away from a small stump. He stood next to Issei as he felt the magic around the boy, as he felt a draconic presence in him almost immediately as Izuku smiled at the boy. I can sense a draconic aura around you. If you wish to show your power, then try and think about the strongest thing you can in your body and place all your mind and power into that limb. Izuku said, as Issei nodded. They sat there on the ground as Issei searched through himself before he seemed to find whatever Izuku was talking about and willing it to the surface. As soon as that happened, Izuku watched as a small red gauntlet appeared on Issei's hand, as it was small with a red form and a large green gem hanging on the back of Issei's palm. Seems to still be dormant. We will need to make sure that you train yourself until you can transform it into what you wish for it to become. I don't know much about sacred gears, but you will become one of the strongest beings in existence if you continue to train yourself. Izuku said, as Issei became happier. So I need to train my body and mind in order to get stronger. Just in order to get a new portion of my original power, Well, let's do this, Issei called out as he looked at Izuku as they started to train both their bodies and minds. Watching the boys training in the backyard, Goro decided to get them some training weights so that they could increase their gains faster. Izuku made sure to take Issei on runs together so that they could get stronger together, that way one doesn't get left behind. Over the next few months of training with the duo, they had gotten a few times stronger, and Izuku had gotten his evil pieces from Ajuka, who had sent them to Citri in Kuoh Middle School. He had gotten them as he was leaving the school after his finals were completed, as he got a head pat for his troubles. He had even become very close friends with Elizabeth, as the dog girl had happily stayed near him since he gave her his first evil piece to become one of his first members of his peerage. His perfect rook. With that all settled, Izuku and Elizabeth had walked over to her house so that they could train together just so that they could make sure that she was caught up to speed on how to be a young devil. And with Izuku still training himself on how to be a devil, they didn't really do anything that was of the devil standards. Just hanging out with random kids as well as adults who just wanted to spend time with children to remember the good times when they had their own. But as of right now, Izuku was sent over to Musudafu in order to get some supplies that Miki Hyoudou needed at the moment for a big dinner. His entrance exams for Kuoh Academy were coming up and she wanted him to have a lunch for when he went there in the next few weeks. And stocking up on enough food to make him a good lunch for him on that day would be perfect. He was walking through the city as he noticed that there was a fight happening nearby, and walking over to the person who was in the middle of the fight he soon found out who it was. Mirko, the current number 4 heroine, was fighting an extremely strong villain that Izuku immediately knew to be a devil. A stray devil in fact, as he ran into the fray in order to keep the heroine safe from any and all harm of the stray. It was moving faster than the heroine could predict as she was having an issue in keeping it still. By the time he had used his earth magic in order to hold the creature still, it gave Mirko enough time to slam her boot into the beast's head and caused it to splatter on the ground before it started to disintegrate from existence. "You know, kid, I could have handled that situation by myself, I didn't need your help," the heroine said, as Izuku eeped as he was found out immediately. As soon as the woman was upon him, she noticed that his devil wings were out as she took notice of his features. "So you're a young devil, huh? What are you even doing here in Musudafu anyway?" she asked, as Izuku informed her of what his stepmother wanted him to do. Nodding along with what he stated, she noticed him pulling out a notebook that had seemingly seen better days as he flipped it over to her page. "Siko, could you sign this please?" Izuku asked, looking her in the eye. Mirko looked into his eyes as he was only showing pure honesty as well as not being malicious in any kind of way. As Mirko had been signing his paper, both were completely unaware of something coming down from above as it slammed Mirko into the ground as her body was impaled by a spear made of light. "Gar RG," Mirko growled out as blood spat out of her mouth. "That is what happens when you align yourself with a devil," a villainous voice called out. Looking to the sky, they both found a 6-winged fallen angel as it floated there. Looking angrily at the fallen angel, Izuku sent wave after wave of rocks and earthly vines after them, and the fallen was moving as fast as possible in order to not be ensnared by the vines. But it wouldn't last long as Izuku managed to ensnare his left leg and yank them down to his level before pulling a fist back and slamming a magic-infused punch into their face, breaking so many bones in their face that it had completely turned the opponent into a mass of feathers. "Didn't think that this was how I would go out," Mirko called out, as she was now on her knees looking out into the distance. Her eyes were slowly becoming glazed as Izuku fumbled with his pocket as he pulled out a new rook piece as he looked at Mirko. Hey, stay awake, Mirko-san. If you can hear me, twitch your left hand," Izuku said, as the heroine had started off into the distance as her left hand twitched slightly. "Oh okay, I have a way to save you, but it will also be turning you into a supernatural creature who has to be an ally," Izuku said, as he grimaced as Mirko's eyes slowly returned from their distant stare. "What are you talking about?" she growled out, as she looked at the amount of blood on the ground. I can save your life, but it will turn you into a reincarnated devil. Why, you would technically be my servant, but you can do whatever you want. Any territory would be yours. Just please tell me if you want to live," Izuku said, as he pulled out a rook piece. "This better not be a prank, otherwise I will be kicking your ass," she said, before passing out. As soon as his body hit the ground, Izuku panicked as he placed the rook piece on her chest and said his incantation. "In the name of Izuku Halfus, I resurrect you from the dead, Mirko. Live for me, and for yourself. Become the best hero you can be without having to rely on others," Izuku called out as the evil piece had started to glow before it entered the woman's body. But just as soon as it was entering her body, Izuku caught the glow brighten even more as the piece became a mutation piece in that moment to turn her. As soon as the glow died down, Izuku looked at his surroundings as he made sure that she was fine. Looking for Mirko's agency within Musudafu, he found it soon after knocking on the door. "Mirko-san, what in the world happened?" Who are you, brat? The receptionist asked angrily. I am just a bystander who found her bleeding out. I just managed to heal her enough to where she could survive. See, could you place her on something to rest? Izuku asked, as the receptionist had nodded along. Her anger was now long gone as she went into caring for her boss as they placed her on a bed inside her main room. As soon as that happened, the receptionist had tried to get him out of the place as Izuku told her that he needed to be nearby so that she wouldn't cause mayhem on accident because him healing her could have some unknown side effects. The receptionist had been very lenient by stating that she would be outside the room if he did anything wrong to her unconscious body and that she would know. Nodding quickly, Izuku placed himself on the other side of the room from Mirko as the woman continued to snore softly. He had even sent a text to Mickey as he informed her that he would be late because he had to save a heroine from an early grave. Once he got the okay, he sat there for a few hours before leaving the room to get some water to drink before returning back to the room. But as soon as he re-entered the room, he found Mirko already up and moving about as if nothing happened, and as soon as she found his presence in the room, she looked his way as she groaned out in exasperation. So what happened earlier today didn't happen, or did it happen? Mirko asked, angrily as Izuku nodded his head. I saved you from a quick death by giving you an evil piece. It allows me to revive those who are on the brink of death, are fully healthy. I would have asked you first, but the situation was dire since you were near death. Izuku said, as Mirko nodded. Thank you, Squirt, for saving me, although what piece did you give me? I don't remember which piece I got from you, Mirko said, scratching her head in confusion. I gave you a rook piece. You are my second rook. Actually, you are a mutated rook piece, as you were simply powerful enough with your will to make it mutate in your resurrection. Izuku said, as Mirko nodded. So is there anything else I should know? Mirko asked, as Izuku thought about it. Well, you will have to come to this address in order to talk about devil activities during the evenings. That way you know what to expect when I'm in school, Izuku said, as Mirko nodded along. So what kind of powers does the rook give me, especially a mutated rook? So you know how you are already super strong, Izuku asked, as Mirko nodded. Why you get M more strength, as well as D defense. In fact your strength probably either doubled or tripled because of the mutated rook you have in your body. So you might want to train yourself so that you don't accidentally kill a normal criminal with one of your kicks, Izuku said, as Mirko looked at him before nodding. Alright, not that I can't trust you, you don't seem the type to lie to someone about these things. Am I allowed to inform people about what I am? She asked, eating a carrot cake. Yeah, I don't mind. Just make sure that they don't tell anyone else, Izuku said, as Mirko nodded. Yeah, the supernatural world becoming a part of the daily would be kind of chaotic since we don't have anything that would stop magic from being used. Anyway, get out of here, Squirt. I got some training to do so I can find a good spot where I can use my strength, Mirko said, as Izuku scurried away. Watching him run down the street, Mirko smiled as she went to train her new body so she could start beating the crap out of villains some more. Later that night, Izuku found himself staring into the eyes of Mirko in his dreams as he thought about how he first met her. He was completely taken aback when the woman started to do things to him in this dream that he had never heard of before. But that is a story for another time. Izuku had arrived at the convenience store and grabbed all the supplies he needed in order to get dinner done with Miki Hyoudou. The woman was more akin to a mother since the death of his original one apparently, and Inko Midoriya had essentially sealed his power away, making his life something that would forever haunt him. He had not hated the woman since she taught him to be kind to others, but he still couldn't forgive her for hiding his true power as well as nature. Shaking his head, he walked through the town in order to arrive at the train station to head back to Kuoh when he ran into a familiar face. What the hell are you doing here, Deku? I thought I told you to jump off a roof. A blonde-haired boy with ruby-red eyes glared at Izuku from afar. The young man had stood at the train station as he kept his back to the young man behind himself. Turning around, he found that the boy he was looking at was wearing a UA uniform as he glared hatefully at him. Bakugo, what are you doing here? Izuku asked, as he had his head looking at him from a point of view that pissed the blonde bomber off. Should I remind you of your place, Deku? You are beneath me, So why are you feeling like you can talk to me like that? Bakugo asked as he walked over to Izuku, hands popping with his quirk. I'm not afraid of you anymore, Kachan. Just because I was your punching bag for 10 long years doesn't mean that I won't stop being who I am. Izuku said, as Bakugo growled at him. Then why didn't you come to UA then? I know you still want to be a hero, you dumbass. Bakugo asked, as Izuku stared at him with dead eyes. I met someone who informed me that my dreams of becoming a quirkless hero wouldn't work. And even if I told you who it was, you wouldn't even believe me. Izuku said, as his train arrived. Deku, what in the beep are you talking about? Quote. Bakugo growled as he followed Izuku on the train. What I mean, Kachan, is that I nearly took your advice and almost killed myself. I would have left a note as well, but someone stopped me from doing so and accepted me into their family. I won't ever regret choosing to live rather than dying. Not like I could anyway. Izuku said, muttering the last part though. There is no way you could have given up on becoming a hero, that's not the same Deku I grew up with. Bakugo said, as he glared at Izuku. Well, Bakugo, the Deku you knew and hated to the point you drove him to attempt suicide is long dead. Could you at least leave me alone for once in my pathetic life? I don't need you telling me what I can and can't do. I would rather die right now than ever see your face again. Izuku screamed in Bakugo's face as he ran down the train to get onto another car. After that harrowing experience of screaming at Katsuki, Izuku was seen getting off the train and walking through the small town of Kuoh. He was trying to calm his nerves as well as anxiety in the small park within the town as he started to cry. Why couldn't anyone from his past just leave him alone? Why couldn't Kachan just let him be alone for once in his life without having to deal with the repercussions of his past coming to haunt him? As he stayed on the ground crying softly, he never noticed the presence of his very first friend and servant Elizabeth coming up behind him and softly rubbing his back and pulling him into a hug. She had felt through her connection with Izuku that the young man's feelings were hurt, and he was in a bad place. So she came to find him through the evil peace that resonated within her and found him crying in front of a fountain of Kuoh Park. Are you okay, Izuku? Elizabeth asked, as she rubbed the boy's back. No, I'm not okay. Izuku muttered as he sobbed still. The young dog girl had pulled Izuku into her embrace as she rocked back and forth as the young man was sobbing now into her shirt. In terms of her friends as well as other girls she knew, her chest wasn't something to scoff at, but she wasn't the largest of their school during their middle school years. But she was happy that Izuku placed his head there since it would provide the perfect cushion for him as he sobbed. They sat there in the park for a while before Izuku had run out of tears as he pulled himself away from Elizabeth's shirt. I'm sorry for ruining your shirt, Izuku said, as he sniffled. As Izuku stopped crying he stood up as Elizabeth had followed him all the way home, just making sure that he wouldn't walk a different route. Once Izuku entered the house, Miki Hyoudou had walked over to the door to find out what took Izuku so long that day only to come see Izuku with red eyes as he stared at her holding the groceries. Izuku, what happened? Who made you cry like this? Miki asked, as she went full-on mother over his red eyes. Jay just met someone who was, and not nice to me in the past. Izuku said, as Miki immediately realized who it was. Is he in a hero school? Because if he is I can press charges for him harassing you on your way back home. Miki asked, as Izuku stared at her. I don't wish to ruin his chances of becoming a hero though. I want to let this one time slide, if he does it again. Why you can re-report it, Izuku said, as Miki huffed before taking the groceries from him and sending him to the living room. The rest of the night was normal for Izuku as the young man had been keeping to himself as well as trained both himself and Elizabeth in his free time out of school. He was still studying since he was going to take the exams for Kuoh Academy within the next few weeks, so he wanted to be completely ready for the test. For the rest of the week Izuku and Elizabeth had stayed near one another in case another Bakugo situation happened again, and they were right that it was about to happen again since the young man had seemingly come over to Kuoh in search of him. He was searching each and every alleyway and back street for him as he and Elizabeth had moved about the crowds of Kuoh Town fast enough that the blonde bomber couldn't find them. Once the young man had lost his chance to find Izuku, he left the area as he made himself seem scarce. Izuku and Elizabeth had left their hiding spot as they walked through the town, looking at everything and taking in the sights. Whilst they were having fun and moving towards every single thing about the small town, everything had to have a moment where some bastard had to try and ruin it for them. "Hey, look who it is!" someone called out, as Izuku and Elizabeth had turned around to find 3 boys walking over towards them. "Yeah, I knew I'd seen your face around here at a couple points. What's going on, Deku?" a boy asked. He had weird facial features. Another boy from Izuku's past that wouldn't just drop the childish nickname that Bakugo gave him when they were kids. "What are you doing here, Nanashi?" Izuku questioned as the boy, Nanashi, had stared at him confused. "What is Deku actually standing up for himself? When did you grow the balls, you quirkless trash?" the boy growled out, as he pushed Izuku back. Izuku skidded a few feet back but was still standing as he glared at the 3 boys. He knew them all from childhood. The boy with black hair and angular features was Nanashi. His quirk allowed him to extend his fingers to which they could have pointed ends. The boy with brown hair had the ability to turn his body into a rock-like structure, and the last one was a new one from when he was in his last year of Aldera. He had a small frame, but that was to deceive you. Underneath that small frame was a boy who had seen better days. He would still have bruises from fights with high schoolers. His name was Takahashi Komuro, and his quirk allowed him to mind control anyone who looked into his eyes. Surprisingly, Izuku was the only one who could ever look him in the eyes, and nothing ever happened, probably his devil heritage protecting him from something like that. As the trio looked over at Elizabeth, they sneered at her before a perverted look came over them as they walked to her and Izuku blocked her from them. "Hey, what are you doing, Deku? You brought us this bitch for us to beep. Is this Valentine's Day?" one of the bullies called out, as Izuku literally growled at them. "If you want to beat me up, I am okay with that, but you are not touching her." Izuku growled, as he subtly used his magic to create some vines around his bullies. "Well, let's make sure that you are beaten before we take the bitch and have some fun," Nanashi said, drooling somewhat. When he said that, Elizabeth had covered her chest as she moved backwards, growling at them like a dog would. And what happened took place so fast that the bullies didn't know what had happened. Izuku rushed them and punched the boy who could transform into a rock-like structure and seemingly knocked him out with the singular punch. Then he switched over to the next one, Nanashi, and kicked him in the groin before using his magic to strip him of his clothes, leaving him nude on the street. And as soon as he got to the last one, he had managed to use his magic to erase his memories of this event before grabbing Elizabeth and running. Needless to say, Elizabeth was blushing up a storm when Izuku had grabbed her hand and pulled her away from that situation with the most heroic face she could see. It was a few minutes later that the duo had found themselves in the park where Izuku had cried the other day, and Izuku took in the smells as well as air. Both students were out of breath from running so much, but it was worth it in order to escape before the police arrived on the scene. Izuku was about to have both himself and Elizabeth sit down on the park bench when he heard a familiar popping as well as smelt the familiar smell of burnt sugar. Pushing the girl out of the way, he took the brunt of the explosion as he turned around to find Bakugo glaring at him with all the anger he could muster up. "I had been looking all over for you, Deku, and I find you out on a date with this dog bitch. Question mark. What are you, a furry now, Deku?" Bakugo growled out. Izuku did take notice that the young man was not alone this time. He had a boy who was wearing a UA uniform who had red hair that was spiked up, and another boy with blonde hair with a black lightning bolt in it. They were looking at one another as well as Izuku with confused faces. Seems like they didn't know what was going on. "Bakugo, I thought I asked you to leave me alone. All I want is to live my life in peace, and I can't do that with you harassing me. What do you want from me?" Izuku yelled at Bakugo as the boy glared at Izuku. "I'm bringing you back to your real home. Back in Musudafu, where you and Auntie can be a family again." Bakugo growled as he tried to grab Izuku. "I am not going back there. Living in the same home as the woman who kidnapped me as a baby. I am not living in a house that is harbored by a neglectful woman." Izuku yelled as he actually got so angry at Bakugo that he punched the boy in the face so hard that the young man spat out a tooth and landed on the ground near the other two boys. The other two looked at Izuku and Bakugo and could see the clearly bad blood between the two as they grabbed Bakugo and kept him back from Izuku. Elizabeth had turned back to look at Izuku to see that his upper chest was revealed now since his shirt was exploded away from his body. And she froze upon what she saw on his upper torso. Scars had been seen all over his upper chest in the forms of burn marks, especially one in the shape of a hand. Bakugo had gotten up from where he was sitting on the ground looking at his tooth on the ground, and as he looked over at Izuku he glared hard at him before taking notice of something on the boy's missing shirt. "Where the beep did you get those scars?" Bakugo asked, confused. "They're all from you, Bakugo. 10 long years of bullying, all because I'm quirkless. 10 long years. 10 years of torment, of pain, of mental anguish. All because you couldn't stand me not having a quirk and seemingly treating you as if you were beneath me, all because I had wanted to help you out of a goddamn creek." Izuku yelled as when he said God's name in vain, he gained a small headache. Bakugo and the other two boys were staring at Izuku in shock, but Bakugo gained an angered expression as he growled at him. "So what are you going to tell the police about what I did?" "It's in the past," Bakugo growled as Izuku stepped away from him. "If you do not leave me alone, I will not hesitate to get a restraining order on you, Bakugo. I don't want to do it because of Auntie Mitsuki, but out of anyone who really knew me, she was the only one who was really kind to me," Izuku said, as he turned around and helped up Elizabeth, who was staring at Izuku's chest in both a blush as well as concern. "Well, at least I didn't give up on a dream that we both made as children," Bakugo yelled back at Izuku, who stopped where he was and glared at the boy. "Of course, I would give up on that dream. The number one hero told me himself that I was useless to the world as a quirkless hero. Not to mention you telling me every single day that I was completely useless. Don't try and get me to become a hero when you already won. Just leave me the beep alone," Izuku screamed at the boy before pulling Elizabeth away from the area. As he left, he never seen the look of despair on Bakugo's face as the boy who he had bullied was going to stop becoming the very thing he wished with him for 10 long years. It had been a week since Izuku had met Katsuki again for the hopefully last time for the rest of his life. The young man had been incredibly rude as well as more of a bully than usual, and now that the young man wanted him to become a hero all because of a promise they had made when they were younger, Izuku didn't wish to become a hero like that boy. If Ua allowed a bully like him into the school, then he will not become a hero the legit way and just try and become a hero for the devils. That way he wouldn't have to worry about Katsuki anymore, but there was something else that was on his mind. Elizabeth had been staying near him ever since he had broken down in front of Katsuki. She had been much closer to him in the previous few days since he had revealed the fact that the young man had wanted him dead, as well as the number one hero's words to him on the very same day Katsuki said those hurtful words to him. He was grateful about the amount of attention the girl had been giving him because of everything that had been happening, but he would rather just keep himself away from people of his past from now on. As of right now, both he and Elizabeth had been walking to Kuoh Academy in order to place their registration forms in for their high school they wanted to go to. Izuku had heard from Issei that the young man was going there himself since it was allowing those who were both male and female to enter. Izuku had made sure that he got everything on his papers right before he left the house as he met up with Elizabeth. The girl had taken up some sword fighting in order to be a better servant for him. They had even both started to get contracts set up by Citri so that they could increase their base powers over time. They soon arrived at the school when Izuku noticed a massive presence in terms of magical presence behind him as he walked through the front gates. Looking behind himself, he soon found himself staring at what could be argued to be the most beautiful woman he had ever seen before in his life, aside from Elizabeth. She had long flowing crimson-colored hair, as well as a curvaceous body that most women could kill for. He blushed crimson himself before running off with Elizabeth towards the registration office, completely unaware that the young woman herself was smiling at his disappearing form. "So that is Izuku Halfus, huh? I wonder how adorable he might become as a Kahai," the woman asked, as she smiled at Izuku's disappearing form. As soon as Izuku and Elizabeth had arrived in the registration office, they had been met with Sona Citri as the young woman had introduced herself to the two. She had also informed them that the exams for the new year will be taken within the next month on a Tuesday and that they could come in on any day of that month so long as it was a Tuesday. So as they were exploring the place, Izuku soon found Issei walking around the place with a happy smile on his face as he ran up to the young man. "Issei-san," Izuku called out, getting the attention of most of the girls and boys around the area. Oh Izuku, it's been about a few hours since we last met. How are you doing? Is Katsuki still chasing after you?" Issei asked, as he looked down to Izuku's height. Issei was only around 2 inches higher than Izuku in terms of height as he patted Izuku's head of hair. It ultimately caused a ruckus as everyone thought that the interaction between boys was incredibly adorable. It was here that two people had arrived to meet up with Issei, a blonde-haired young man as well as a white-haired little girl with a black cat hair pin. They looked over at Izuku and Elizabeth as they smiled at the two. For Izuku though, the young man had noticed how everyone was looking at them as he instinctively shrunk in on himself. I had a run-in with him yesterday. But I told him off, and I hope to never see him again. Izuku said, stuttering the whole way through. I should have known that this would happen. Anyway, this is Kiba and Kaneko. They are going to be your senpais in the upcoming year. Issei said, as he changed the subject. Are you two devils? Izuku asked, reaching a hand out to shake them. Yup, I am Ryusuke Romori's knight. Kiba said, as he shook Izuku's hand. Kaneko Tuho, and I am Ryusuke Romori's rook. Kaneko said, as Izuku shook her hand. Elizabeth had moved forwards as she put out her hand and introduced herself to the two of them as she informed them that she was part of the werewolf race and that her dog mutations were from her mother. As Kaneko seemingly bristled at the thought of Izuku holding a werewolf in his peerage, Issei seemed happy with the young man. Who else is in your peerage? I heard from Mom that you had another rook used 2 days ago when you went into Musudafu. Issei asked, as Izuku blushed crimson once again, making him look like a distant cousin to the tomato. I Miru Maruko. Izuku stuttered horribly. You have Mirko in your peerage? ? Issei called out, whisper shouting. Why yeah, she nearly died protecting me from a villain who was attacking. I had to use a RO rook in order to keep her alive. Izuku said, as Issei ruffled his hair again. You just don't disappoint. Well, no matter, I hope you certainly increase your ability to get more peerage mates. Much less a small little harem for yourself. Anyway, I gotta go, got some business with my friends in the ORC. See you after school, Issei called out, as Izuku and Elizabeth walked amongst the crowd exploring the school. As it turned out, most everyone was kind to him after learning that he was completely quirkless and were asking if he needed help here and there, which definitely made him blush more than a few times. Some girls were even willing to teach him kendo in order to have him learn how to defend himself from those who would wish to do harm to him as well as his little friend. But as the day was nearing its end, Izuku and Elizabeth had started to make their way over to the Orc in order to introduce themselves as devils to the entire peerage of Ryusuke Romori. They were accosted by Sona as the young woman smiled at the two. Well, are you heading over to the Occult Research Club? The woman asked, as both middle school students nodded their heads. Well, you can follow us. Name's Saji Genshiro. What piece do you have, little man? Saji asked Izuku as the young man looked at him. I'm Izuku Halfus, and I am a new devil that was brought back into the 72 remaining pillars, as the last remaining pillar within their society. Izuku said, as Saji thought about it. Wait, you're the 73rd pillar that was found recently? He called out incredulously. Revealing his 4 pairs of devil wings, Izuku smiled at him as he let his nature magic manipulate the ground near the ORC. Wow. You really are a descendant of the Halfus. They were really good with nature magic if I remember correctly. Saji said, as Sona smiled at their interactions. I take it the dog girl is your servant then? Sona asked, as Izuku nodded. I'm adopting the way the Grimoires see their peerage as their family so that those who enter my servitude are not believing that they are my servants. Izuku said, as Sona agreed. We're here, now make sure to mask your power. We want Rias to be completely surprised when you are here. Sona said, as they walked up the stairs. By the time they knocked on the doors of the building, they heard a woman call out to them and entered the room. Izuku kept himself and Elizabeth hidden when Rias spoke up to Sona. "Wow, I didn't know that you had some guests, Sona. Are you sure they could be trusted?" Rias asked, as Sona nodded. As soon as Izuku and Elizabeth had exited from behind Sona and Tsubaki, Rias and Akino had cooed at how the two had walked out hand in hand. Izuku was more along the lines of trembling as he looked at each member of the two peerages as Rias and Akino moved closer to him. "His hair looks really soft. I bet it feels as if they're marshmallows." Akino gushed as she started to pet his hair. After the next few minutes of Rias and Akino playing with the boy's hair and unintentionally giving the boy a view of their massive jugs, they moved back and explained that they were going to be giving Issei and Asia their familiars from the familiar forest. Although that had just devolved to Rias and Sona getting into an argument about who would be going to the familiar forest to get familiars for their newest members of their peerages. Does this happen often? Izuku questioned the girl next to him, which just so happened to be Akino. "Don't worry, Izu-kun, this happens all the time whenever they disagree on something. But I think we could bring up a challenge though," Akino said, as Rias and Sona looked over at her. The young woman explained that if either side won, they would allow Izuku to join them with his own peerage member so that they could get their respective familiars. Both sides agreed to that kind of thing as they started out with tennis, and Izuku had to admit that whilst both sides were very good at the sport, he could really do without the pairs of girls' skirts coming up to reveal their underwear. Izuku had turned himself around in order to prevent himself from looking further as Elizabeth had rubbed his back after realizing that he wouldn't be able to hold his devil features back if he continued to watch. In the end it turned out that neither side had won, and they ended up breaking their rackets with their magic and ended up settling the whole thing on a dodgeball match. So as they were waiting until nightfall the next night, Izuku was thinking about what he could do in order to provide a familiar to his own servant, not to mention his own familiar as well. The last time he went he couldn't find one that suited him, so he was hoping that this time he could find one that could suit both himself and Elizabeth. He didn't bring Mirko with him since the woman had her job as a hero to do, and he couldn't help but feel like he was missing something about the woman. Meanwhile inside Tokyo, Mirko was taking down a stray devil on her own and was about to put it down for good when she got a small chill down her spine. "That brat better not be tattling about me," she said, squashing the stray devil's head between her thighs. The dodgeball match was beginning and Izuku was already hiding behind his friend as the balls that flew about the place nearly took his head off multiple times. The young man was fearing for his life as he watched as Ria's team and Sona's team were taking one another out over time. And now it was in the final stretches of the match. Sona only had herself and her queen, whilst Rias had herself, her queen and Issei still in the match. Sona had prepared to throw the ball over in Issei's direction, and as she manipulated her magic in order to aim it properly at him, she threw it at him. Preparing to catch the ball, he managed to grab near it before it changed course, and slamming right into his groin. "Gaa, fiddlesticks," Issei squeaked as he fell to the ground holding his groin. As everyone watched as Asia ran over to heal his wounded groin, Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at how hilarious it was. Elizabeth had been full belly laughing as she watched the event herself, and now it was Rias and Akino versus Sona and Tsubaki. Since Rias had the ball this time, she used her magic as she threw it as hard as she could towards Sona and Tsubaki. The ball had managed to smack right through Tsubaki's defenses and knock her out of the game. Now all that was left was Sona with Rias and Akino as her enemies. She threw the ball one more time with her magic, managing to get Rias' queen out of the game, before Rias caught the ball and threw it back at Sona, getting her out of the game and catching the young woman off guard. With Rias securing the victory, everyone prepared to head out to the familiar forest as Izuku and Elizabeth had moved with them inside their magic circle. They all soon appeared in the middle of a black-treed forest, everyone looking around in awe as Izuku smiled at the place. He had been here once before with Citri-sama, and he had remembered how calming the place was. Even if a dragon king lived in this forest near the mountains. As Seitugi came out of hiding, he informed the group that Tiamat was having a bad day today and that they should steer clear of the Dragon King. Izuku, being the person who had the most heroic personality, asked Seitugi where exactly the Dragon King's lair was. The man gulped before pointing at a pointed mountain in the distance, allowing both to run in that direction. Rias was confused at first before shrugging her shoulders as they took off with the familiar master to find in Asia some familiars of their own. Walking through the forest nearing the Dragon King's lair, Izuku told Elizabeth to wait outside of the cave and in the forest as he won't be long. Entering the small cave, Izuku heard the sounds of a raging dragon as it was thrashing apart all over the place. Once Izuku was near the small home, he heard what the most terrifying voice could honestly be he had ever heard in his life. "What have you come here for this time, boy? Can't you see that I'm not in the mood?" Closing curly bracket. A feminine draconic voice growled out in a yell. I just wanted to know if why you wanted to talk about it." Izuku asked, as he sat down in front of the massive 20-meter tall dragon as she glared down at him. She didn't know why, but she felt her anger slowly ebb away from her mind as she merely laid herself down in front of him. Letting out a draconic sigh, she let out her wings and let them lay on the ground before she stretched her body out. Yawning a bit before looking at Izuku, the young man had been patient in waiting for her to speak, not to mention that he was trembling softly. "At least you know about how terrifying I can be. No matter. What I am pissed about is how Dedrag is allowing his host to be within my forest. I cannot allow him to stay here any longer than he should. I don't want anything to do with that bastard Dedrag," Tiamat said, as she growled lowly. Reaching his hand out, Izuku had left it in the air in front of Tiamat's snout as the dragon looked at it, sniffed before placing her snout on the boy's palm. It was something the two had done the last time he was here when he was searching for either a new peerage mate, or a familiar of his own. "It's all right, Issei won't be here long. He's just going to see if he can find himself a familiar. He will be gone soon. You're safe. Dedrag isn't here anymore," Izuku said, surprisingly calming the 10 times larger animal. As soon as Tiamat had calmed down enough, she stared at the young boy as she smiled as she transformed into her hybrid form. She was a very curvaceous woman wearing a long blue dress made of her own scales, her blue eyes looking as electric as All Might's, but wielding much more power than the man himself. "You seem to be down in your own spirits, can you inform me of what happened?" Tiamat asked, as she stared at Izuku. She had now pulled him into a hug where his face was in her chest. She knew that this position for the boy was not ideal, but she wanted to make him as calm as possible by having him listen to her heartbeat. Her plan was working as his trembling had stopped as he started talking about what had happened that week. She was incredibly angered by how his bully had come demanding that he become something he informed the boy many times over that he couldn't. Being hypocritical of the boy was very unheroic. It was here that the two heard movement outside of the cave as Tiamat noticed the distinct smell that Izuku left whenever he held his evil pieces on hand with the new presents. "I see that you have a new rook. What else has happened?" Tiamat asked, as Izuku allowed Elizabeth to talk about everything. It wouldn't be until later on in the evening that Tiamat would allow the two to go, but Tiamat had looked at Izuku much closer than usual this time. "If he can get me to stop being angry just with his presence alone, he might have a lineage of dragon tamers that were a part of his heritage," Tiamat thought before watching the boy and Elizabeth leave. Once the two returned back to where Rias and her peerage awaited them, Seitugi had saw them arriving at the rendezvous point as he ran over to them. "I see that nothing seemed to happen. What was wrong with Tiamat?" the familiar master questioned. She was really moody, wanted to have the Red Dragon Emperor to leave her forest. Izuku said, as the man cursed silently. "All right, now that you all got your own familiars, it's time for you all to leave, before we piss off Tiamat even more than we thought," the familiar master said, as Rias took that as their key to leave. Creating the magic circle to teleport away from the familiar forest, they reappeared in the orc as they all sighed in relief. "Izuku, how did you know Tiamat-sama? She seemed incredibly curious about you as well as how calming your aura was towards her own chaotic one," Elizabeth said, as Izuku thought back to the last time he had seen Tiamat, which presented an image of her growling lovingly at him and surrounded him with her titanic body, and Izuku shivered slightly. I don't want to talk about it," Izuku said, as he shuddered in appreciation. Once Izuku and Elizabeth had left the building, Issei and the rest of Rias peerage had made plans to do devil work so that they could increase Issei's magical power as a devil. Izuku wouldn't get home until late at night as he saw Miki Hyoudou and Goro Hyoudou sitting on the couch watching a show. As he entered the kitchen, both parents had looked over and heard some cluttering and moved to figure out who was out during this part of the night. As soon as they turned on the light, they found Izuku standing in front of the oven frozen as he looked at them as if he was a deer in the headlights of a car. "What are you doing, young man?" Miki asked, a mirthful smile on her face. I'm making a snack," Izuku asked, as both parents stared at him as well as the snack he was making. "I didn't know that katsudon was a snack for you," Goro said, coyly as Izuku blushed in embarrassment. "Don't worry, little man, we won't get you in trouble for making something you love. Just make sure to make enough for everyone, alright?" Miki asked, as Izuku blushed and nodded. Once the parents of Issei had left, Izuku let out a breath of air as he focused on making his dinner snack. It wouldn't be until around midnight that the snack was finished, as well as Issei returning from club activities as he animatedly talked about them. The next morning Izuku had left the building with Issei as they did their best in order to train with one another to the absolute limit. Izuku kept telling the young man that it was because of All Might's main catchphrase of Plus Ultra. If Issei could do that, he could be able to attain whatever dreams he ever wanted if he pushed himself that hard. Just not be as perverted when doing so, and that would be fine. He didn't want his idol's overpowering ability to be perverted and used for perverted things. Once the two had returned after their morning run, they had moved into the backyard as they physically trained one another with martial arts. With Issei learning how to fight better than he originally did, both were getting stronger, with each other being their respective rivals. Izuku increased his magical power when fighting, and Issei increased his overall power to use his boosted gear with physical training. Because of this said training, they were both seeing much better gains in both body as well as mind, since Izuku helped the upperclassman of a brother in his classes, moving him from a completely stupid, perverted, yet clever, young man, into being a very clever and perverted young man. Yeah, sounds completely stupid when I put it like that, but it's just slightly better than the original. The duo could be seen walking to the school as they were talking about the new year that was starting. As Izuku entered the halls of Kuoh Academy with Elizabeth waiting for him at the entrance, he was about to get a surprise visit from a certain rabbit heroine who was searching for him. Once they both entered the school grounds, something slammed down into the ground as Izuku looked through the dust and found himself staring at Thunder Chocolate Thighs as he blushed terribly. "Hey little runt, it's been a while since we last seen one another," Mirko said, as she smiled down at Izuku. It's only been a couple of days. What are you doing here?" Izuku said, as Mirko leaned over to him whilst covered up with the dust cloud. "I've been having a certain itch and I needed to know where you were so I could take care of it at some point. I don't know why, but it's been making me want you for it." "Don't ask why, it just does. Now no more bullshit. Meet me at this place tomorrow night and I will be making sure that you inform a friend of mine and turn her into a devil as well. She expressed curiosity in becoming a member of your peerage and I am helping ease her into it," Mirko said, as Izuku nodded. Once Mirko had left, the smoke cloud had left as well and Izuku was left coughing as Issei stared at him in awe. "Man, I am so jealous that you had managed to bag Mirko into your peerage. Think if I ask her enough that she might allow me to place my head between her legs and allow her to squeeze my head?" Issei asked, as Izuku looked at him scandalized. No. Gee, that is just. Why?" Izuku groaned out in embarrassment as he ran away to class. As Issei chuckled, he looked over to his right and found Ria staring at him with confusion as the young woman was looking at Izuku's disappearing form. "What's wrong, Bucho?" Issei asked, as the young woman began to speak. As Izuku was outside his first class of the day, he entered the room and found himself sitting behind another girl from the class. She had short white hair and was short in height, just a little shorter than him as a whole, and as they stared at their teacher the girl had her leg twitch slightly. "What are you doing here?" the girl asked, as Izuku noticed that leg twitch. "I don't know who you are. I think you have me mixed up with someone else," Izuku muttered softly as he paid attention to his teacher. The girl in front of him had slowly been revealed to be a young girl from his middle school who he had been essentially talked about behind his back about his quirklessness. The rest of the day was kind of normal for Izuku as the young man had kept to himself for the entire day, really showing that not everyone from Hyoudo's family is perverted. Izuku had no idea what the girls were talking about when they asked him if he really liked women like Issei had and would express that aloud. What happened was Izuku being the most cinnamon roll little guy ever and stated that he was indeed attracted to women but preferred to keep that information to himself. It wasn't much longer before lunch was started as Izuku sat outside underneath a cherry blossom tree as he ate his lunch. Pulling apart his bento, he was joined by Elizabeth and Kaneko as the trio had eaten their lunches in peace and quiet. They weren't allowed to eat entirely in silence as they were approached by two perverted boys from their upperclassmen who walked over to them. "Hey ladies, mind if we sit nearby?" one of them asked, as Izuku glared at both of them. He didn't know why, but he would rather them leave the three of them alone without their annoying presence. He didn't know who they were, but he was sure that he was feeling threatened with their mere presence. Their stature wasn't all that threatening, but it was the auras they were showing from their presence. It was the same presence that Issei showed whenever he talked about beeps. Not that Izuku ever listened to those tirades. Okay, maybe he listened to the young man as he spouted his belief about beeps being godly sometimes, but that was all he listened to. Although it was making him kind of wondering if he would ever find love at some point in the future, but that was a thought for another day as the two were still making advances on Kaneko and Elizabeth and Izuku let out an audible growl. The growl had caught the two boys from their upper year off guard as they had never noticed his presence until now. Both girls had looked at Izuku, who was showing his demonic look at the two boys. Wasn't long before the two left them with fear in their eyes as well as stains in their pants from the display of power that Izuku released. Elizabeth had shaken Izuku out of his reverie as he looked at the two of them as Kaneko was looking at him with a slight smile on her face. "Thank you for protecting us, Izuku, but we could handle ourselves," Elizabeth said, as Izuku blushed in embarrassment. Sorry, I know you both can handle yourselves, it's just... I did it without thinking," Izuku mumbled whilst taking a bite of his katsudon. The two girls just rolled their eyes at his heroic tendencies as they all finished their lunch before heading back to class. The rest of the day was kind of normal as Izuku and Elizabeth had walked into the orc as they talked about their first days within the school. But there was something wrong with the leader of the club, Rias. She was seemingly out of character as she was seemingly quiet all of a sudden, at least compared to how the young woman is around Issei. In the past she was very outgoing and very vocal about things. But as they were all about to ask her what was wrong, a magic circle appeared next to the young woman as a silver-haired woman had appeared and Izuku recognized the woman. "Lady Graphia, what are you doing here?" Izuku asked, as Graphia looked at him in surprise. "I thought you were still in middle school," Graphia muttered before smiling at him. "It's been a small while, Halphus-sama. How has searching for peerage mates been since we last met?" Graphia asked, as Izuku happily told her about the potential new peerage mate he would be getting the next day. Once Izuku was finished with catching Graphia up on everything that happened with his peerage to be, the woman had cleared her throat as she was about to mention about her reason for being there. But as she was about to speak, a new magic circle appeared in the middle of the room as a tall man in a burgundy red suit that didn't have a tie and with a white unbuttoned shirt looked around. He had blonde hair and had an air of smugness about him that caused Izuku to sniff the air for some reason. But before the man could speak, Izuku looked at Graphia with complete confusion as he asked what would be the single most hilarious question that the group had ever heard from him. "Why is there a yakitori human in the human plane?" Izuku asked, genuinely wanting to know why he was smelling yakitori from the burgundy suit-wearing man. Unknown to Izuku, the said man he was accidentally mocking was glaring at him with a pure rage in his eyes. Izuku sat in front of the door of the room as the man he questioned was glaring at him with both anger and fury written on his face. "How dare you mock the great Phoenix family?" the man screamed at Izuku. "Riser Phoenix, you would best not harm this young man. He is the heir to the Halphus clan and the only remaining member of that family in general. It would in fact be better if you kept yourself as far away from him as possible," Graphia said, as she looked at Riser, who had a chill run up his spine. If it is the strongest queen who wishes for me to calm down, far be it from Riser to disobey her. Riser Phoenix said, as he was introduced like this. Izuku Halphus, this man is Riser Phoenix, the heir of the Phoenix clan who are currently searching to enter an engagement with you. Graphia said, as Izuku looked confused at the man. I'm not into men though. Izuku said, as innocently as possible without trying to mock the man. It didn't work out that well, as Riser stood up with a sigh as he pulled out a magic circle pulling his sister into the room. I am not going to marry you boy, I am merely here to make sure that you marry my little sister as well. The arranged marriage was stated to be said and done as soon as you both get along. Riser said, as Izuku watched as a small magic circle appeared on the ground. A girl had appeared from the magic circle who bore a resemblance to Riser himself in terms of yellow hair that was in drill ponytails, as well as dark blue eyes that were a little expressive. Izuku blushed at seeing the pink frilly dress she was wearing, mainly because the only girl he spoke to mainly was Elizabeth. As the girl looked around the room, she found Izuku and walked over to him grabbing his hand as well as the hand of his rook and left the room so Riser could speak to Issei and the rest of Rias peerage. The trio would be seen in a separate room of the Orc building as they were eating cake and drinking tea. Izuku was actually enjoying his time with the girl, even though the time was spent in silence as the girl released a sigh. I'm sorry that my brother was very blunt with you when it came to your arranged marriage that was to come about after this meeting. The girl said, as Izuku nodded. To be honest, I already knew that the elders would try and place me into an arranged marriage with another girl in order to bring my family's clan back from the grave. And all I asked was for the people who were to enter the arranged marriage with me was to either beat me in analysis as well as artwork or just talk it out. Izuku said, as Elizabeth nodded long. Having long known that devils could have multiple partners and get away with it better than the human world would. Well, thank you for at least allowing me to talk with you, Halphus-san. My name is Revel Phoenix of the esteemed Phoenix family. I hope that you don't accept me for my body or anything. My brother is already a perverted old man, and I would rather not be placed in a marriage that is with a perverted lustful beast. Revel said, introducing herself. Izuku blushed at her blunt wording of her brother's perversion as Izuku scratched the back of his head. I wouldn't say that I'm perverted at all. Not everyone is perfect in terms of what they like. Issei is my stepbrother as of this moment and he isn't perverted when he is around me, so even if I was a little perverted from his stuff inside his bedroom that I've surely seen over the last year since living in Kuoh, I've kept that stuff to myself. Izuku said, as Revel nodded. Who amongst your peerage are women? Revel asked, as Izuku scratched the back of his head. I only have 2 women at the moment who are a part of my peerage. I haven't found any more people to become my servants yet, but I might be getting a pro-heroine with Mirko as a servant. Izuku said, as Elizabeth pinched Izuku's arm. Sorry, I meant part of my family of devils. Izuku said, as Elizabeth had smiled. At least you are still adjusting to devil society. I know that calling members of your peerage members of your family as servants, but please do know that it's just a slip of the tongue sometimes. My brother sees his own peerage as his servants for his lustful mind. I don't like it. He sees me as the little sister type for his little harem. Revel said, as Izuku patted her head in response. Don't worry, I don't collect women in order to display them as objects of lust. I sense something powerful in each of them, whilst the 2 that I don't sense any kind of sacred gear from is Mirko and at the moment Yukio. Izuku said, causing Revel to spit out her tea. What do you mean that Mirko and Yukio are a part of your peerage? She called out, holding the boy's shirt. I saved Mirko from certain death from AV villain that caught her off guard. She stated that her friend wanted to join my peerage because she didn't wish to be left out of this. Izuku said, as Revel regained her regal look before sighing. Okay, at least that they are just pro-heroines. Are you sure that you aren't amassing a harem at this point in time? Revel asked, as Izuku thought about it. Even I'm not sure, but it wouldn't be nice to receive love from good-looking girls. I hadn't had any love from my own stepmother Inko Midoriya for years since I was diagnosed quirkless. Since I am a devil, I don't have a quirk in human terms. Izuku said, as Revel nodded. Equals. The day continued on as Izuku and Revel entered the room as Riser was about to leave, and the brother to Revel had called his sister to return back to the underworld. Graphia had looked over at Izuku and saw a small smile on his face as she walked over to him to see if there was anything wrong. "I take it your meeting with Revel didn't go according to plan?" Graphia asked, as Izuku shook his head. "It went fine, we just spent the whole time with Elizabeth just talking about heroes," Izuku said, as he pulled out a new artwork he was making. It was of Revel as the girl was drinking her tea quite regally. It even caught all of her body proportions as well as her expressions whilst drinking her tea. Once Graphia nodded at Izuku, she disappeared in a magic circle to inform Searzex of the development between Rias and Riser. Saw they were to prepare for a raiding game between the two young adults. As Rias and the others prepare themselves for the upcoming raiding game against Riser and his peerage, Rias decided to bring Izuku along with Elizabeth in order to train them both as well. The stronger Izuku and Elizabeth were themselves, the better devils they could become in the future. So as they were preparing for leaving on the club's reasons for leaving the house for a camping trip in the woods, Izuku made sure to inform Miki and Goro that he himself was going out there with his peerage mate Elizabeth in order to train both himself and her to make sure that they are prepared for any future problems that may arise from the woodworks. With their permission, they all left their homes and began their training by carrying a lot of weight over their backs in order to get a head start on their physical training. Izuku had informed Rias and Akino to make sure that the weight he carried on his back was akin to Kaneko and Elizabeth's own weights on their own backs. With that stated, Izuku was showing everyone his hard work and dedication to becoming stronger as fast as possible. He and Elizabeth had moved up the mountain they were traversing in order to arrive at the Grimoire vacation home to begin their hard training for the next 10 days. Moving up the mountain, Izuku had passed by Issei, who was struggling with the smaller weights that he had on his back, barely capable of holding the weights over his own back and stay balanced. Within the next hour of moving up a trail, they all soon arrived at the vacation home of the Grimoire family as they stared at the mass land that surrounded them. Izuku smiled at the place as he saw the massive area where his magic could flow without any problems as well as issues. He started to let his passive ability to allow plants to grow over time to run freely as he walked around the place. He had noticed this ability early on into his training as he trained with Citri-san during his middle school year. The two had decided that he would allow his magic to run freely when he was around nature so that he could become better at using his family's magic. As the rest of Rias and her peerage had arrived at the top of the mountain, they all watched as Izuku visibly relaxed his muscles in his body as they soon noticed the grass growing slowly. "Wow, I never thought that the Halfus clan could have a great control over their earthly magic to this extent. Is this a passive ability of your clan?" Rias asked, as Izuku looked at her. "Yeah, it allows me to grow the land nearby my location to be used to my fit. I don't really like how fast it grows, but I would prefer to have something at my disposal in order to defend myself rather than nothing," Izuku said, as he stared at the growing trees in the area. Walking forward, Izuku placed his massive bag from his back on the ground as he stretched his body within his tracksuit. As soon as he popped some bones within his body, he started to do some light exercises in order to warm himself up for training. Elizabeth had done the same as him as they were all warming up soon after the whole mess of Riser Phoenix's arrival into the ORC. As the day continued, Izuku and Elizabeth had trained together as they used both magic as well as the pieces Izuku had given her in order to become stronger. Izuku helped Elizabeth learn how to wield her powerful sacred gear that held Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon, within. The girl could now use magical powers that were similar to the Chaos Karma Dragon's ice breath and ice magic. She even managed to learn how to use her karma powers and change the course of her battles with Izuku. She had even noticed how the boy was becoming more and more proficient with his fighting style as he mainly favored his physical abilities more than his own magic. The two clashed a few times in the empty field they were training within as they punched each other's hands as well as countered the other's blows. Some of the peerage of Rias were watching the two go at it, as Rias noticed something that was going on between the two's blows. "I think Elizabeth is holding back her true strength at the moment," Rias surmised as Akino nodded her head. "What are you talking about?" Isn't the king susceptible to being hurt too badly if Elizabeth went full power? Issei questioned as Kaneko spoke up. A rook can gather strength similar to her master in battle, but at the same time, they could become as strong as a queen or king piece in chess. The king may be in charge of his rook, but a rook can easily place a king in check in a raiding game if played right. Kaneko explained as Issei nodded his head. Izuku is being handled a lot easier because he is still new to learning how to fight. He may have been bullied relentlessly in the past for his quirklessness, but he never really fought back, right? Akeno asked Issei as the young man thought about his interactions with Izuku about his bullying. From what I heard from him specifically, he would rather not get in trouble with the teachers from his old school than he already was for just existing. I'm surprised that he doesn't want to get revenge against his old school for how they treated him with the students. I'm just glad that I am not facing the amount of anger and sadness that are hidden within his mind and body. Issei said, as Akeno looked at him. What anger does he have deep within the recesses of his mind? Rias asked before Akeno could question. His bullying went as far as suicide baiting. Even I would want revenge against those who were rude as well as more akin to bullies towards me if I got enough power and strength in order to get said revenge. But Izuku doesn't wish to cause anyone any kind of harm, unless they are true villains. Issei said, as he watched as Izuku continued to counter each blow that Elizabeth had thrown. So he is a true hero through and through. Just like him to want to become a hero to others, has his dream of becoming a hero changed at all? Akeno asked, as Issei thought about it. He doesn't wish to become a hero for humanity anymore. Not after how they treated him when he was younger up until now, he would rather become a hero for the supernatural world. Issei said, as he continued to watch as Izuku went from being able to counter Elizabeth's attacks to being countered. The fight didn't last much longer as Izuku was then punched in the gut causing him to skid back before holding his stomach in more pain than before. His eyes were bloodshot as he held his gut in pain before he took a knee with one of his eyes seemingly becoming more and more tired of staying awake. Elizabeth was much more refreshed in this fight as she smiled at Izuku as the young man completely collapsed to the ground. Running over to him to stop him from hitting the ground too hard, she caught him as she heard the light snores coming from him as the others came over to them. That was a good training spar. How much strength were you using against him? Rias asked, as Elizabeth had looked concerned. I was using all my strength in each attack. He has an incredible pain tolerance. Most of the time he would tank my punches before countering with his own surprising strength. Elizabeth stated as everyone looked at her in worry. It has been a few days since Izuku's pain tolerance had come to light to Rias and the others. They wanted to know everything that happened to him and asked Issei, but he was tight-lipped about it. He wouldn't say anything about Izuku's past unless the young devil wanted to talk about it to them of his own volition. Rias had tried to trick Issei into telling her what happened by telling him that Izuku gave her permission early on, but Issei wasn't falling for it. So Issei informed Rias that after their fight with Riser, he would ask Izuku if it was alright to inform her and the rest of her peerage about it. It was only after that was stated that Rias and the others within his peerage had stopped questioning Issei about his past and continued to train as if nothing happened. And over time, the training had come and passed for each day for Izuku and Elizabeth who were becoming stronger with the training Akeno and Rias gave the two. Although Izuku didn't fail to notice the seemingly worried glances he would get whenever they would look in his direction. The young devil had questioned Issei about it and he told the boy about how his master had essentially harried him about what happened to Izuku in his past. Nodding to the older brother figure Izuku had in his life, he just informed him that Issei could tell Rias and the others when the fight against Riser was over. Issei thanked him for allowing this to happen, and Izuku just brushed it off stating that he needed to make sure that everything was alright with everyone. They kept looking at him with worried looks on their faces, but Izuku knew that they were more worried for Rias since they were focusing on increasing in strength as well as power within their own group. It was actually Izuku who had also brought in some kind of mental training so that the group wouldn't get so power-focused on their fight against Riser. The young boy had also taken it upon himself to re-watch every single raiding game that Riser had been in previously before Rias' raiding game. Needless to say, Izuku was very disappointed in Riser's strategies whenever he went against those of other families. He was even more disappointed whenever Riser had lost. It was to gain more reputation as well as to gain certain graces with another devil noble family. Izuku was not happy at the end of the reviewing of Riser Phoenix's playback of his rating games. This wasn't rating games. This was him half-assing everything up until he became a much stronger individual. He relied on overwhelming his opponents who had quality over quantity. Granted, a few of his pieces were very strong, but those were very few and far between, that being a rook as strong as his queen physically in terms of physical prowess, but that was only in terms of physical power. The rest of his peerage were pitifully weak in terms of strength and power, so Izuku had devised a plan for Rias' peerage to follow. And if they lose, it was Rias' fault for not following the plan he set up for her. On the last day of training, Izuku and Elizabeth had continued their physical training so that they could become stronger together. Issei and the others took the last day of training as a rest day so that they could be fully prepared for the battle the next night. It was during this day that Mirko had arrived at the vacation home in order to train both Izuku and Elizabeth in their strength as well as how to control it against others. The simple fact that Mirko had to knock out Issei early on into his training was hilarious since the young man said a perverted comment to the rabbit heroine. Izuku didn't know what it was, but he knew it was funny since Mirko had slapped the boy with multiple mental exercises to increase the boy's wittiness. And soon enough the time had come for Rias and her peerage to come up against Riser Phoenix's peerage and show their strength through their quality of power as well as their jack-of-all-trades setup. Izuku had given Rias the plan she needed to follow to the T in order to get the win in her section, and it had Issei teaming up with ironically Asia in staying near Rias. Akeno would follow Kaneko and Kiba over to the gym so that they could take out whichever devils were placed there by Riser. After whoever defeats the devils inside, they all leave and return back to base, and they shouldn't stop because that could mean life or death in a real situation. Once that part of the plan could be completed, Akeno would destroy the gym taking whoever was inside at the time. Kiba would move towards the forest nearby the Occult Research Club building and take whoever was nearby from Riser's peerage. Most definitely a bishop as well as 3 more pawns. And finally, that would force Riser to send out the rest of his forces over to keep Rias busy from his arrival to her base. But that is where things will go in his direction from there, since Akeno would be taken out early on if Kiba and Kaneko are slower to escape the gym. But if everything goes the way the plan was laid out, Akeno would be capable of defeating Riser's queen before leaving to rejuvenate her power by Rias and Asia. If the queen of Riser follows suit, Rias and Issei could come out and defeat her, quickly preventing her presence from becoming even worse. But that was only in the event that Akeno could easily escape the queen of Riser Phoenix. He did count on the fact that Akeno would be able to join in later on after she was fully recovered from the amount of magic used to take down Riser's queen the first time. And as Izuku watched with Sona, Tsubaki as well as Elizabeth, they watched as Rias' peerage began their attack on Riser's team. And almost immediately Izuku slaps his face with his hand at what Rias had stated to the group before sending Kaneko and Issei out. "What's wrong, Halfus?" Sona questioned. "I made Rias her plans and she didn't even have Kiba go with Kaneko. She is completely undermining the amount of time I placed into the plans I gave her." Izuku groaned out, as Tsubaki looked at him. "Well, you are a new devil, makes sense that you are not being listened to." Tsubaki explained as Izuku glared at her. "I watched Riser's rating games for 2 whole nights in order to make sure that the plan I gave her was perfect without any kind of flaws. I even made sure to accommodate for actions that Riser Phoenix's queen could make that could change certain portions of my plan I gave her. And not only did she not listen to what amounted to 48 hours of constant research as well as analyzing, but she is completely following the plan I gave her with different positions for her peerage. Now because Issei's complex about celebrating early on is going to get Kaneko-chan taken out of the game early," Izuku said, as he watched the rating game with anger brewing up on his face. The battle continued on as Issei and Kaneko had managed to defeat those within the gym of Kuoh Academy and left before Akeno had destroyed the place. But like how Izuku predicted how it would go, Issei started to celebrate, allowing Riser's queen to appear near their location and prepare an explosive magical spell. With that spell activating underneath both Issei and Kaneko, the smaller rook had decided to take the blast herself and was eliminated for her efforts. Sona had stared at Izuku with awe as the young man had just predicted an event to happen early on in the match. So now, she was expecting the worst to happen in this rating game, and she could easily now understand what was going through Izuku's mind. The battles continued further onward as Akeno took on Riser's queen alone as they allowed Issei to escape from the area. But before Issei left, he told Akeno to make sure that once she defeats Yubeluna that she needs to return to Ria's side in order to recover from any magic exhaustion he will feel. With Akeno nodding to the boy and raising into the sky with her respective opponent explosions as well as lightning spurred on in the sky as Issei ran to meet up with Kiba. It wasn't much longer before Issei and Kiba were outside the main school building when they were noticed by a group of Riser's peerage. One bishop, a rook, 2 knights as well as 2 pawns were standing in the clearing calling out to Kiba as well as Issei. As soon as the duo began their battle against Riser's peerage, they started to gain some advantage as Issei managed to take on the last 2 pawns of Riser before taking on the rook of Riser. Once Issei was nearing the defeat of the enemy rook, there was a disheartening communication from Graphia who stated a heartbreaking elimination. Ria's queen has been eliminated. It was at this point that Izuku was beyond furious about how Rias completely disregarded his plans to help her win against Riser. He left the room, not wanting to see how things would devolve further in the rating game, already knowing that the young woman would take the defeat of her queen as a chance to attack Riser. As soon as Izuku went into the backyard of the orc, he and Elizabeta had entered a sparring match as Izuku tried to vent out his fury as well as anger at how Rias would just not listen to advice given to her. He just couldn't believe that Rias would just not listen to someone who was giving her a way out of her marriage with Riser. And as he fought with Elizabeta, he never noticed at how his aura was affecting the immediate area as the grass as well as trees began to massively mutate as well as change in front of them. His conflicting emotions were causing his magic to go on a rampage within the small forest behind the school, creating monsters that would start to be birthed if he wasn't stopped. Elizabeta had then decided to use her sacred gear's powers in order to try and cool him down, literally by using her freezing dragon shot at him. It completely froze him to his spot on the ground until all that was left was his head that wasn't covered by ice. "Are you calming down, master?" Elizabeta asked, as Izuku finally started to show signs of his mind calming down. Once that happened, the area around them had started to return back to what it was beforehand, and someone had appeared near them looking concerned. Looking to his right, Izuku noticed that it was Mirko as well as Yukio who were looking at him in concern, and as soon as Izuku looked around himself he sighed. "Sorry, just not having a good evening," Izuku said, as Yukio nodded and broke the ice surrounding him. "I'm sure that you aren't capable of doing this when you are mentally stable." "What brought this on, young man?" Yukio asked, as Izuku explained everything. He was so mentally exhausted that he didn't even register that Yukio was literally standing next to him. Once he explained the situation, Yukio was nodding along with everything that happened, although she did tell him that she didn't like how he stayed up for 2 whole nights in order to analyze his opponents. Back in the orc room, Sona was looking on in anger as well as slight concern for Rias. She had realized that the plans that Izuku said he had given to Rias had been placed inside her desk with a small note stating that she didn't want to listen to them. Not only were they from someone who didn't seem to know all that much about devil customs, but they weren't fully prepared for what the rating game was supposed to be. But from looking at the plans, they were completely set up for a situation where Rias was fighting in at the moment. And Sona just let a hand pinch her nose as well as rub her temples as Tsubaki looked at the plans themselves. These aren't from someone who was new. He really took notes on Riser Phoenix as well as his play style against other families. He could be a disastrously dangerous opponent for us should he find a full peerage. Tsubaki said, as Sona could only agree. As much as the young devil could believe that she was one of the better strategists, even she wouldn't come up with something like what Izuku did. Especially with the numbers that Rias had, she still couldn't even manage to understand why Izuku would send a knight over to the gym with a rook. But as soon as she thought about it even more, it started to clear up for her. A knight's base power is a piece of a chessboard from Devil Society as speed. He could have carried Kaneko to get away from the gym as well as move on to the next location without being caught up too. Not to mention that the plans stated that Kiba would be eventually taken out early on in the final battle against Riser based on the strategies Izuku gave. So the fact that the remaining members of Rias' peerage were obviously Rias herself, Akeno, and Issei that remained once the battle was over was logical from a standpoint. But that remained with one problem. How would they get over Riser's regeneration? As stated in the notes, it seemed like Riser's regenerative powers wouldn't last too much longer with sustained damage. Rereading the notes again, she noticed how Izuku completely broke down Riser's regenerative phoenix powers within his family. And she was terrified with how many different ways to defeat the man were being shown, anything holy as well as someone who was many times stronger than the man himself were chief amongst them. She also noticed that there was a small note about the Phoenix family. Their daughter is really cute when she is blushing, and at the same time her cakes are really good, would love to spend time eating cake and drinking tea again. Sona smiled softly at the small note on the paper before she looked to her queen, who stared at her with a resigned expression. We need to inform Rias about her folly in this event. The reason she lost was because she had ultimately underestimated Izuku. Sona said, as she brought Tsubaki into a magic circle and disappeared into the underworld. Izuku stomped out of the orc with fury etched onto his features as he made his way back to Issei's home. Elizabeta had been following him the entire time as she watched his wrathful aura starting to overwhelm the area surrounding them. It wasn't much longer before the two had arrived within Izuku's bedroom within the Hyoudou household as he sat on his bed as he pulled out a tea set so that he could calm himself down. As Elizabeta had arrived within his bedroom with a couple of teacups as well as small saucers for the cups to be placed on, they both had some of Izuku's green tea that he had used many times in the past to calm themselves down from the utter disrespect that Izuku was given. I cannot believe that Rias had disregarded my plans. She really is stupid if she thought that she could literally go against what I set up for her. She used the overall plan I gave her but placed two different pieces there. Izuku growled as for some reason Elizabeta had imagined Izuku with cat ears on top of his head in this moment. As the boy continued to let out curse after curse from his mouth, Miki Hyoudou had soon arrived in the room to see what he was talking about. And as soon as she heard Izuku bad-mouthing Rias and how the young lady wouldn't listen to the perfectly set-up strategy he gave, the woman caused her to look at him in both awe as well as fondness. She could remember the last time she had a similar bout with someone in her own past about Goro being completely clueless about how much she loved him. Shaking her head, believing that Izuku was having a similar moment of love-hatred, she walked away and decided to make some treats for him and Elizabeta. If the boy was willing to make sure that his peerage was consistent of women, then damn it she would attempt to help him in his endeavor to create a harem for himself. Who never said that nobody within the Hyoudou household was never perverted? Over time, Izuku had slowly regained his kind heart, after the rant he went on in front of his rook for about an hour. The young girl was staring at him in awe for being able to consistently talk for literally close to an hour without even taking a new breath. It was awe-inspiring. Not much time had passed when Issei had been brought back inside the house completely unconscious. Meaning that Rias had lost the battle in Izuku's mind. He couldn't stand it anymore as he channeled more of his power into Issei's unconscious body later that evening as the young man would wake up later on in the week, had Izuku not been present. So as the next day came, Issei was up and looking about the room as he thought about everything that had happened in the last 24 hours since the fight against Riser. When he was approached by Izuku about what had happened, Izuku mentioned the fact that he gave Rias the plans in order to take on Riser as well as contingency plans for if Riser goes against the main plan. He informed Issei about how he had initially given Rias many plans in order to combat Riser and she ignored them all. Took some inspiration to make the overall plan she had and took credit for the entire plan when he had given the plan to her. With all that information, Issei, while mad, had taken into account that Rias was probably completely stressed and didn't think twice about the plans he gave her. And with that information, Izuku's stress as well as anger towards the girl for not taking to the plans had lowered. A little bit. He was still mad, but at the same time, Issei had still a few days before the wedding in order to train himself to become strong enough to fight Riser. So they both spent the next 2.5 days training one another in order to become strong enough to fight Riser Phoenix. Izuku's power at this point in time was already within range of Riser Phoenix's own high-class devil magical prowess, but Izuku wasn't as experienced in using his own power. So he would rely on his physical strength in order to defeat Riser, which was on par with Issei since the two trained together. With Izuku focusing on physical prowess more than magical prowess, it was a wonder how he was so strong without magic being the one thing powering him up. So when a woman had entered Issei's room with the two boys planning on how to just straight up destroy the party, the woman smiled at them. Sears X Lucifer has formally given you both the invitation to come to the engagement party of Rias Grimori and Riser Phoenix. I hope you both know what you will be doing. Graphia asked, as she smiled at the two. I know what I'm doing. I'm helping Rias escape from something she doesn't want. Issei said, as Graphia looked at Izuku. She may not have listened to the plans I gave her, but I can't exactly allow someone who is hurting to be hurt more. Izuku said, as Graphia smiled. Then take this letter and use the magic circle on the back of it to appear at the party. Once there, you can cause whatever chaos you wish. Graphia said, with a small smug smirk. Both boys smiled at her as Izuku called Elizabeth to the room. As the girl entered the room, apparently Asia was visiting as they were both standing with painted nails. Asia, Elizabeth, me and Izuku are going to save Rias from a marriage that she doesn't want. Do you both wish to come with us or stay here? Issei asked, as both girls looked at one another before smiling. We would like to stay here, Asia said, as Elizabeth nodded. Someone has to hold down the fort within the Hyoudou household whilst the men are gone. Elizabeth said, smiling. See you later, Liz, Izuku said, as he gave the dog mutation girl a hug. Pulling the letter around and twisting it to where the magic circle was now glowing, both young men had disappeared from the room, leaving the girls standing there with a fist over their chest. Please be safe, both thought at the same time. Izuku and Issei arrived within the Phoenix mansion as some guards were looking at them with confusion as Issei moved forwards. Hey, you aren't allowed here, one of the guards called out, before being punched in the face by Issei. I'm the pawn of Rias Grimori. I should at least be able to see her marriage come to fruition. The young man declared as he ran through the men coming towards them. Izuku kept pace with the young man as he used his own magic in order to restrain all the men that came their way without using much of his own power. They soon arrived at the doors of the party as Issei moved backwards as he prepared to open the doors with style. Izuku got into position with the boy as they both nodded towards one another as they both kicked the door down. And it was perfect timing too, as Riser was lording over everyone about his win against Rias and her peerage and making it seem as if it was too easy. What are you doing here? I specifically remember not inviting those two here, Riser said, starting to become angered. What can I say? I like to cause chaos, Issei said, smiling as he glared at Riser. Rias on the other hand looked completely confused as well as concerned for both Izuku and Issei, who were standing in front of Riser. Who allowed those two vermin here? Riser screamed out in fury. That would be me, a voice said, coming from behind the stage. It was revealed to be a tall man who had long crimson hair with teal-colored eyes, but his presence in terms of magic was not to be ignored. This was Sears X Lucifer. As he walked towards the young Phoenix member, they looked at him in confusion. Why would you allow those filthy things here? Riser questioned as Sears X smiled. I would like to see what would happen in an environment where the Red Dragon Emperor could release his wings and fully go all out. Not to mention, I would like to see the extent of the power of the Halfus clan's newest member at this point in time. That would be perfect, right? Sears X thought aloud as everyone in the party was thinking the same time. The Immortal Phoenix versus the Red Dragon Emperor. That sounds like a battle for the ages. One of the younger devils in the party called out. Halfus, I thought that they were extinct with the other older devils from the Civil War. Another devil said, before taking a closer look at Izuku. As Izuku stood next to Issei, the height difference was laughable as the other devils started to make fun of Izuku for his short stature. Well, if I am to test the power of these two, I need to make the fight fair, don't you think, Sears X? Riser questioned as Sears X nodded. You are allowed to bring one peerage member of your own in the fight against both young men, Sears X said, as Riser immediately brought Yubeluna over to him. There I have my second in command here to help me fight them both. Riser said, as Searsex used his magic to create an arena with everyone watching from the sidelines. In the arena, Riser and Eubelluna had started to crack their knuckles as well as bones in their bodies. Preparing to fight the two young men. You should run away now, brat. You won't last long against me if your power was the same as your entire bloodline. Riser said, as he stretched only once. Izuku stretched his body in different forms as he cracked his neck as well as back as he prepared himself for the fight. Don't let his taunts get you to lower your guard with your anger. Channel it into keeping the aggression on the bastard. Issei thought to himself, unknowingly connecting to Izuku's own mind. As both let out their combined power, their auras shone a different look. For Issei's aura, it was chaotic, crimson in color as well as some teal in it to represent the fact he was a part of Rias peerage. For Izuku's it was calm, not to mention the fact that it was a slow-moving green aura that reminded some of a healing aura for quirks of humans. It flowed throughout the boy's body as his muscles seemingly were enhanced by their effects, and as soon as the fight was started the two opposing forces had disappeared from the view and appeared in the middle of the arena clashing. Izuku took on Eubelluna as the woman would be the much harder opponent for Issei to take on as he took on Riser's ability to regenerate from any attack. Izuku flew towards Eubelluna who just tried to move out of the way multiple times from his strikes which caused her to wonder why he wasn't using any magic here. The real reason he wasn't using it though was because he didn't need Riser just burning them before he could set them both up. His power relied on patience as well as control, not for overwhelming strength as well as strategy. So he physically fought Eubelluna who just threw caution to the wind and started attempting to use her own magic at locations she thought he would appear at. None of this worked however as the young man had blipped past each and every explosion she threw at him as he knew where they would appear thanks to his passive effect of his power. It allowed him to see where magic sigils appeared anywhere in the world, no matter how well they were hidden. He would close in on the woman before letting out a series of attacks that would seem like he was wildly flailing his arms about the woman's body and slamming into certain areas of it. No, they were methodical as he landed on each part of her body which would cause them to stop functioning. As soon as the woman was essentially reduced to being a paraplegic for a while, he blasted her with as much power taking her out of the equation. Landing on the ground, he found Issei entering his own fight with Riser as they both were landing blows on the other. Issei having entered his balance breaker for this fight specifically to show how willingly he would give his body away for power to save someone who was within his grasp. Eventually Riser was thrown back as he struggled to gain enough power to attack Issei anymore, and just as he was about to launch a massive ball of fire towards the young man, Izuku appeared behind him and used as much of his earthly magic in order to restrain Riser in a massive pile of vines as well as dirt and concrete from the arena. This allowed Issei to gather enough power to throw at Riser who was just about to break free of the restraints given to him. Dragon Shot. As soon as the massive blast of crimson energy was flying towards Riser, the man was just about to jump out of the way of the blast when someone placed him in a stranglehold from behind. Izuku was there holding them both in the air as the massive beam of draconic energy was moving towards them. If I cannot have my friends with me in Kuoh, then I would rather die than be without the ones I call my closest friends. Izuku called out, in his anger and determination as his entire body glowed. As soon as Issei's dragon shot had hit the glowing mass of Izuku and Riser, a massive explosion had appeared from the two's location blocking everyone's view of the results of the attack. As soon as the dust and debris was clearing up only one figure remained within the dust of the attack that had landed. But as soon as the dust and debris cleared up completely, they all were surprised with who was left standing in the arena with Issei. Searsex was staring at the glowing beacon of energy flowing around where Izuku was last seen. The young man had willingly blown himself up in order to assist Issei. As soon as the glow started to dim itself as well as show who was remaining within the field, the devil faction leader watched in surprise as Izuku was shown to be standing in the middle of a massive crater. His new form was showing that his hair was moving through the wind that was generated from the explosion that he released into the arena. His hair was now white in color, probably due to all the stress building up to this point. His irises were still emerald green but had a slight slit to their nature as well as the fact that he gained a new pair of wings. Devil-like in nature, They added 2 new wings to his maximum amount of 6 and the young man was floating in front of Riser, who was heavily damaged from the explosion of power. So this is Izuku's true form when he uses his full power. I can't wait to see how much stronger he can get. Searsex mutters as Graphia stared in awe. Rias on the other hand was watching in complete confusion as well as worry. Izuku had just literally blown himself up in order to land a hit on Riser without the risk of the man regenerating. But now that he was in what her brother commented as his true form, she was wondering if this more aggressive form was going to be as aggressive as it looked in nature. Down in the arena, Izuku stared at Riser as the man was watching the young man in awe. How do you know how to activate a devil's true form? Question mark. That should be impossible unless you were a descendant of a true pure-blooded devil. Riser called out, a fearful undertone to his voice. I don't know how I activated this, but if it will make sure that I can help save Rias from her marriage to you with Issei, then I won't be holding back, Izuku said, as he glared at Riser Issei standing next to him. The two launched at the man as he immediately pulled out 2 massive balls of phoenix fire in order to blast the 2 away. And as he launched the 2 balls of power at the 2, Izuku pulled up a vine-like armor around both himself and Issei as the armor took the brunt of the damage. Izuku flew through the ball of power and landed a powerful right hook onto Riser's face, sending him rag-dolling across the stage with Issei appearing behind the man, sending him to the sky. Izuku pointed his left hand towards the rising Riser Phoenix as he created what would be his largest magic circle yet in order to take down Riser. Issei had thought of the same idea as he was charging a powerful dragon shot, as well as Riser created 2 very extremely large balls of phoenix fire in order to take them both down. I will not stand for this. I will not be humiliated by a low-class wretch. Riser screamed out, as he combined the powerful balls of phoenix fire into a massive ball altogether that he charged fully. Izuku appeared next to Issei as he increased the size of the magic circle as they charged their strongest attacks towards the phoenix descendant. Issei together now, Izuku called out, as a beam of energy was forming in Izuku's magic circle. Right, Issei smiled back as they took aim at Riser. They both then reached the apex of their powers as Riser launched his phoenix beam of energy-filled fire at them. Take this and die. Phoenix's destruction. Riser screamed out as Izuku and Issei yelled out their own attack names. Dragon Shot, Earthly Protection, Emerald's Blaster. As soon as the Dragon Shot and Emerald's Blaster combined into one beam of energy, it clashed with the Phoenix's destruction. As a massive gust of wind clashed around the area within the arena, everyone watching from the sidelines were in awe of how much power the trio of devils and Devil's Servant had combined. Both beams of energy struggled for supremacy as both sides fought to beat out the other. Issei was in his balance breaker form as he tried his best in order to keep up with Izuku. But soon after the boy had launched his most powerful dragon shot towards Riser, Issei felt all his power leave as he was forced to take a knee. Reset. Izuku was now all on his own in pushing back a beam of phoenix fire as Issei's dragon shot was absorbed into the beams of power struggling against one another. I will not be defeated by a new coming devil. Say goodbye to the Halfus clan, Izuku Halfus. Riser screamed out, clearly having gone mad. As Izuku felt his power slowly waning, he thought about everything he had done to get to this point. And as he felt deep within himself in order to pull out more power, he felt something that should have been a part of him appear on the outside of his body. Looking to his right, he found another Izuku. As the young man appeared right next to him, the young man then launched towards the sky without wings as he appeared behind Riser and sent a punch to the back of his head. It was so sudden to both sides that once Riser was launched towards the beams of energy, Izuku pushed harder and beat him out. The beam slammed right into Riser's chest as it pierced through his body and blasted out into the distance, crushing his heart on the inside of his body and exploding in the distance, and a couple of words came to Izuku's mind in that moment. Should I say Giga Drill Break? Izuku thought as Riser's beaten and bloody form fell to the ground, creating a crashing sound. As soon as the battle was shown to be over, everyone around the arena had closed down the arena mirage as everyone landed in front of Izuku and Issei. The two young men looking around at the others who were moving towards them, and Rias had moved over to Issei in order to give the young man a hug. Izuku stood off to the side before letting down his true form as he walked over to Elizabeth, who was smiling at him after having arrived with Asia in order to watch the fight. Izuku gave the girl a hug as she hugged him back with a small smirk on her face as she whispered in his ear. "You think Issei will finally have his treat when he gets home with Rias?" Elizabeth asked, as Izuku blushed crimson. "If he does, I would like for him to keep it quiet. We already have enough noise within the house with me and him there with Asia. I would rather stay in my own bedroom and not hear anything," Izuku said, blushing but walking away with Elizabeth. As the two were about to leave the underworld, Circex walked over to the two as he smiled at them both. "Thank you for your assistance in freeing my baby sister from this marriage. I couldn't do anything to stop it myself since I don't control what the elder devils say or do," Circex said, as Izuku looked at him. "Next time Rias is in this situation, please tell her to listen to any plan I make for her. Because if she doesn't, I won't be as willing to help her if she loses again," Izuku said, as Circex nods. "I will make sure to have her keep that in mind for if this happens again for her, although that will be a long time in the future when that happens," Circex said, as Izuku and Elizabeth disappeared in a magic circle. As soon as the two were gone, Rias and Issei rode a griffin off into the distance towards the human world as they shared it with one another. Appearing in the human world inside his bedroom, Izuku stared at Elizabeth as he thought about what he should do now that Rias has been rescued. "Well, I guess it's back to training for the two of us here in the human world," Izuku said, as Elizabeth giggled softly. As Izuku was about to let the girl head home within her own magic circle, he felt movement from his left, and as he looked at the girl, he found her shuffling side to side before standing slightly taller and ing his cheek. "You're a really nice person, at least after you get past all those barriers you have surrounding your mind. I'm thankful that I managed to get to know you, Izuku," she said, before disappearing in a magic circle, leaving the young man to stand there in shock. She used my first name. Does that mean she likes me?" Izuku thought before shaking his head. Heading to bed late that night, he never thought to listen down the hall as he never heard the sounds of cheering coming from Miki and Guro's bedroom about how Izuku was given a. Izuku woke up the next morning as he prepared to head to school once again as he needed to cover some assignments that he hadn't been capable of getting complete. He was walking down the road later on the same morning as he was looking over some assignments in his hand that he spent the morning trying to complete. He didn't get in front of the gate before something had given a hug on his lower legs from behind, causing him to turn around. Looking down at his left leg, he found a small girl with white hair as well as a small horn sticking up from her left side of her forehead. "Hey, are you okay?" Izuku asked, as the young girl looked both ways before looking at him with fear. Please don't let him find me," she said, as Izuku picked the girl up and placed her in his backpack. Once she was all settled inside his backpack, Izuku had continued down the road towards the gates of his school as he heard sounds of footsteps coming up behind himself. And as soon as he turned around, he saw a man wearing a bird beak mask over his lower face as he was searching for the area before looking at him. "Have you seen a little girl running around here? It's really important that I get her back to her father," the man said, and Izuku knew immediately that he was lying. "Last time I saw a little girl was that she was running towards the train station. But did she have white hair as well as a small horn on the left side of her forehead?" Izuku asked, as the man nodded. "Yeah, I saw her on the train over to Musudafu. I think the train goes near Ua Academy over in Musudafu," Izuku said, as the man became very pale in the face before taking off in the direction of the school. As soon as Izuku entered the school grounds, he let out a sigh of relief as he opened his backpack and looked at the girl as she curled up into a small ball in his backpack. Looking at her now, he noticed that she had fallen asleep within his backpack as he let out a small sigh at how adorable she looked. "I need to inform Miki and Guro about this situation, that way they know that we need to make sure that nobody knows what she looks like," Izuku muttered to himself before hearing people stepping up to him. Turning around, he found Issei walking up to him with a smile on his face as he noticed Izuku's more concerned look on his face. "What's up, Izuku?" he asked, as Izuku opened the zipper of his backpack showing the older boy who was inside. Did she climb in before you woke up this morning? Issei asked, confused. No, she was running from a man with a Hasaikai mask over his lower face. I think she was being abused there or was kidnapped from her family. The man stated that her father was looking for her, and the simple fact that I know that was a lie. He was hiding something, Izuku said, as Issei nodded. We should bring this up with Sona and Rias Bucho before we tell my parents. Issei said, as Izuku agreed. We need to make sure that Rias and Sona know about the fact that Yakuza thugs are within their territory. Izuku said, as the two entered the old school building in order to inform Rias first since she was closer. As they walked though, Izuku couldn't get one thing out of his brain as he thought about the little girl in his backpack. Who could do such a thing to her that she has bandages over her arms and legs? Izuku thought before gaining a determined expression. Izuku paced around the room he was currently inside of. He was keeping an eye on the sleeping girl who had ran into him the other day. Looking over her bandages, Izuku had decided to clean her arms and legs with a wet rag and recovered her bandages with new ones. Watching the little girl sleep had filled Izuku with a sense of pride that belonged to one who was an older sibling. A knock came to his door as he opened it up, revealing Elizabeth as she stared at the little girl with wonder as well as awe. I'm not sure how we are supposed to inform Rias and Sona about this situation. How exactly are we supposed to do this? Elizabeth asked, concerned. I don't know, Liz. But what I do know is that when I called you over here, I called Rias and Sona to come over as well. They will be hearing this and I can only hope that everything doesn't go to crap after this whole thing. Izuku said, as Liz just pats his back softly. The two would remain in the Hyoudou household as they kept a close eye on the little girl to prevent her from being awoken suddenly. They were sitting in Izuku's bedroom for about an hour when the ground nearby lit up with the Grimoire sigil and Citri sigil as the two women as well as their respective queen pieces appeared in the room. Looking around they soon found Izuku and Elizabeth looking at them with concern as well as worry. What had you call us over, Izuku? Rias asked, looking over Izuku making sure he was fine. You both might want to sit down for this, Izuku said, as both girls sat down at his desk. Taking a deep breath, Izuku spoke about everything that happened up until now and the previous day. So you're telling me that you killed a Yakuza member? Because you knew he was lying about the little girl being his daughter? Rias asked, as Sona gained a glint in her eyes. Yes, I knew he was lying. Not to mention that with him being in your territory, I decided to take care of a potential threat to the supernatural. Izuku said, as Rias just stared at him in confusion. How would that man be a threat to us? She asked, as Izuku stared at her. He had a quirk that could allow him to deconstruct and reconstruct matter on the atomic level. What do you think he could do with that kind of quirk? Izuku asked, as Rias shut herself up. With that kind of power, he could essentially absorb any kind of supernatural creature into his own body, taking their power for his own. Sona mumbled as Izuku nodded. I took out a threat to the supernatural as well as the heroes within Japan. I will not allow him to continue his time within the living if he was torturing that little girl. I think he said her name was Eri. And from how she viewed him when she held me as tight as possible, I knew that he did something horrible to her. Izuku said, as Rias and Sona nodded their heads. Where did you place the body? Sona asked, as Izuku chuckled. What body? Izuku asked, as both stared at him. You disintegrated him, they asked, confused and worried. I learned some of the power of destruction from Rias. So I decided to use what I learned in order to make him disappear. Izuku said, as he walked over to the sleeping Eri. Well, with that all said and done, we can search our territory for the Yakuza thugs who were within it. Can you tell us what they looked like? Sona asked, as Izuku gave a description. They were wearing plague doctor masks over their lower mouths. But they were very hostile to anyone who had heard the name of Eri. So if you state Eri as if you're searching for her, they might attack you. Izuku said, as Sona nodded, disappearing in a magic circle, Rias doing the same. Over the next whole week, Izuku and Elizabeth were doing their very best in order to show Eri the life she needs to have. Not to mention the fact that Eri wouldn't go anywhere without Izuku being nearby, with the added fact that she didn't want him to leave her all alone. She had essentially bonded with him through fear of the man she had ran away from, even when being told that the man is now dead. She kept having nightmares over the week that showed Overhaul, the man who had held her captive within his Yakuza gang, had arrived at Izuku's home and killed him just to get her back. And each time she would wake up to Izuku holding her to his chest, softly adding a major portion of warmth for the girl to lean into. As of right now, the boy himself had managed to get Issei's parents to take care of Eri whilst he was heading to school. The little girl knew that he needed to go there for his education, but she was really wary about her quirk, believing that with him gone it will activate and cause Issei's parents to disappear. Izuku made sure to inform her that if that happens, the Hyoudou family have a tranquilizer dart that will knock her out immediately to prevent that from happening. I just wish I could be there to make sure she's going to be alright. I don't feel right with her being alone back home, Izuku muttered as he walked next to Elizabeth. Don't worry about that, master, I hope that she gets better though, Liz said, as she rubbed her hand on Izuku's back. As of right now we need to keep an eye out for anything that seems out of the ordinary. We can't be complacent, Izuku said, as Liz happily nodded. The two entered the school grounds as they went to class for the day, and over time Izuku would become more and more stressed. He would be worrying about Eri's safety, as since he wasn't at home he couldn't protect her as well as the Hyoudou family should they be attacked in the time he was gone. That was probably the only thing he had learned from his time under Inko Midoriya. She had been such a bad worrier that it passed on to him. By the end of the day he might have some white hairs from all the stress he was suffering from. Once the end of the day came over, he and Liz were walking around the school heading to the Orc since there was a meeting between Rias and some exorcists that had shown up around a week ago. Arriving at the room where the exorcists and Rias' peerage was located at, Izuku and Liz entered as they looked at the new arrivals. Who is this? I thought that your entire peerage was here, Grimoire, the blue-haired woman asked, as Izuku looked at Rias. Sorry, but that is the last known member of the Halfus clan. He was living here for a small while and we welcomed him with open arms to our territory. If you have a problem, don't take it out on him. He is still learning how to be a high-class devil, Rias said, as the woman nodded. So we aren't here to talk about Halfus, we're here to talk about something that happened at the church that had appeared in your territory, princess, the blue-haired woman said, as she glared at Rias. I'm sorry, but what is going on here? Izuku asked, as the blue-haired girl stared at him. A fallen angel had broken into the church and stole the fragments of Excalibur, except those that were wielded by current exorcists such as I and Irina here, the blue-haired girl said, as Izuku nodded before feeling a disturbing aura coming from Kiba. The young man was openly glaring at the blue-haired woman as he was inaudibly growling at the weapons that were on the two women's back. Izuku took a closer look at each weapon on the blue-haired girl's back as well as the tan-haired girl's back, who he believes is named Irina. Feeling them out gave him the perfect idea as to what weapons those were. They were holy weapons, capable of killing a devil with a mere scratch, and he was in the same room as exorcists who were very trigger-happy with starting a fight. Shaking his head, he moved over near Rias as he sat on her desk to her left, not in her way to look at the exorcists, but enough that she could see and talk to them without him being a nuisance. So what are these terms for you all being in my territory unannounced? Rias questioned as she glared at the two. Well, the terms are your peerages stay out of the way of us as we conduct our investigation into searching for the Excalibur pieces. Once we collect them all, we will be out of your hair never to see us again, the blue-haired girl said, the tan-haired girl speaking up. Come on, Zenobia, we need to show that we are cooperative, Irina said, as she poked the woman's shoulder. We are here on business, not a pleasure cruise, Zenobia said, as she smacked Irina's head softly. What makes you think that you even have permission to be within my territory? Rias asked, as the two girls stared at Rias. Zenobia was growling at Rias as she prepared to grab her weapon, only for it to not be on her back as she saw Izuku holding a vine that held onto the weapon itself. What makes you think you even had a choice in the matter? Lord Michael gave us express permission himself to enter here and search for the pieces of Excalibur, Zenobia said, as Rias looked at her. Well, you needed to inform me about this, not enter my territory and just state that you have jurisdiction over it. My older brother would not be happy with this kind of development, and you do not want to anger him. Rias said, as Issei and Izuku watched with bated breath. You know, reaching for your weapon that isn't there is not a good look at the church. Izuku said, catching the attention of everyone. They all saw he was holding the weapon of Excalibur in his vines as they wrapped around the weapon itself. Xenovia and Irina stared in shock as to how Izuku took one of their weapons without being notified of its disappearance. Standing up from the desk, Izuku returned the blade unaware that he was holding it in his hand, something that shouldn't be happening. Placing the weapon in the woman's hand, he moved towards the door of the room as everyone stared at him in shock. If you both wanted to remain in this territory, you might want to be more accommodating for those who are allowing you entry. For all you know, everyone here could try and kill you for your harsh words. Izuku said, as both girls bristled at his words. I agree with my master, he is the one who was holding your weapon after all. You wouldn't wish to anger him, he has a certain way with it that will make you wish for death even if you weren't being looked at. Liz said, following after Izuku. With the two gone, they never seen the looks of awe as well as shock from each member of Rias' peerage as well as the two exorcists as they watched the two leave the building and head home. Izuku was seen walking back home after the whole meeting with the exorcists within the ORC. He had been deeply angered by how dismissive they'd been of Rias as well as not acknowledging how Rias was in charge of the territory with Sona. Not only that, but to openly threat her with death whilst holding a weapon that could activate another war between the three factions. It was really worrying for Izuku since if Rias was killed by the blue-haired exorcist, Xenovia, if he remembered her name correctly, would essentially be kicked out of the church for killing the little sister of the underworld's leader. The simple fact that the woman had implied that she could kill Rias and wouldn't get in trouble in the slightest, concerned Izuku. So as he walked through the door of the house, he called home for the last few years. He sighed and placed his coat on the hanger near the door. Moving through the house, he found Eri sitting on the couch of the Hyoudou household as she watched a small cartoon about a coyote chasing a road runner whose form was similar to an ostrich. Hey Eri-chan, how are you doing? Izuku asked, as the girl looked at him. I was watching the weird wolf man chase the weird bird man. She said, as Izuku rubbed the girl's head. Don't worry, he won't ever be capable of catching him. His name is Wily Coyote, and his nemesis is named Road Runner. Izuku said, as the two talked about the cartoon. In the kitchen, Miki, Hyoudou and Goro watched the interaction between the two with happiness in their eyes. They heard the door open once again as it revealed Issei walking through the doors with Asia as the two were conversing about something important. But the look in Issei's eyes were what set her off, as concerned as he looked as though he wanted to help someone, but couldn't. She and Goro had known about the supernatural for a while now, around 5 months as of now, and she knew that Issei was worried for his friends. But as they were preparing dinner, they heard another knock at the door and Miki opened the door to find Irina standing in the doorway with a friend of her own. Ah, Irina-chan, come in, who is this friend of yours? Miki asked, as Irina smiled. This is Xenovia, and she is my partner for whatever mission that I am working on in Kuoh. Irina said, as Miki and Goro smiled. Well, Issei went upstairs at the moment, although we think he is completing a contract at the moment. Goro said, as Irina stopped in her movements. Why, you know about the supernatural? She asked, concerned. Yes, we've known for about 5 months now. You can thank Issei for having Izuku here for a while. It's been so nice to have a little boy of his age within the house. That young man had curbed our son's perverted nature to the point that he only shows it at school. Goro said, proudly. You don't say. Xenovia muttered with a small amount of anger in her tone. As Irina and Xenovia had entered the living room, they found Izuku and Eri sitting on a couch watching Wile E. Coyote vs. Road Runner on Cartoon Network. Taking a seat in a nearby chair, Izuku felt their presence but decided to just ignore them whilst he made sure to keep Eri safe from any and all outsiders of the house. Once Eri had watched enough of the show to pass out on the couch itself, Izuku picked her up and covered her with a blanket and carried her to his bedroom to place her on a small bed that belonged to her. When he returned back to the living room, he looked at the two exorcists in the eye. He sat down at the couch as the two watched his movements. So, what are you two doing at Issei's home? Izuku asked, as he glared openly at Xenovia. "We were coming here to visit the Hyoudou family, considering the fact that Irina here wanted to have some alone time with Issei," Xenovia said, as Irina pouted. "Well, I understand why Irina is here, but what are you both doing here per se?" Izuku asked, as Xenovia gained a tick mark on her forehead. "Well, I could ask you the same thing," Xenovia muttered as Izuku deadpanned at her. "I live here. Issei found me when I was in my lowest state and allowed me to live here. If it weren't for him, I'd be dead," Izuku said, as Xenovia glared at him harder. "Well," Xenovia started before she was interrupted. "Xenovia, we cannot anger him. He is the one who carried your sword without being burned or cut by it. What in the world are you doing trying to intimidate him?" Irina scolded as Xenovia glared at her. "He is our enemy based on principle alone. We shouldn't conform to what he desires. For all we know, he could have turned Issei into a devil, not Grimoire," Xenovia said, as Izuku shook his head. "I would never turn Issei into a devil. Yes, I have a couple servants of my own. But I look at them as if they were a part of my family at the very least, and I would watch your tone next time you speak to Grimoire-san like that again," Izuku said, with a warning. "Or what, you going to tell Lucifer himself?" Xenovia challenged, as Izuku shook his head. "If you actually followed through with your threat, Sears X Lucifer would have had no problem wiping out heaven from the map," Izuku said, putting the thought into Irina's mind. He wouldn't do that, right?" Irina asked, as Izuku looked at her. "He would. He is a real cis-con kind of guy. If he found out his sister was killed by someone like you two, who are from the church by the way, who serve the will of God himself, he will put two and two together and think that Michael sent you both out to kill her. It would initiate another great war, the likes we'd never seen before," Izuku said, as Xenovia just scoffed. "I'd like to see him try," she muttered with a pout. As the trio glared at one another, two glared at one another whilst the other playfully picked at her nails. Issei had finally returned back home, as he was with Rias this time as they walked through the house's front door. Looking at the two girls sitting on his couch, Issei stared at Izuku with confusion as Izuku looked at him with an expression telling him to take over for now. Standing up, Izuku walked over to the two new arrivals as he informed them of the situation before walking upstairs to his bedroom. Whilst that happened, Rias and Issei spoke to the two exorcists as they conversed about what kinds of restrictions were being placed on the two. Izuku entered his bedroom as he thought about everything downstairs as he teleported out of the room and into a gym that was very familiar to him. Looking around the room, he found Mirko sitting on a bench looking at him with confusion before she shook her head. "Well, brat, what did you come here for?" she asked, snarkily. "I'm in no mood to have your snarkiness, Mirko-san," Izuku said, as Mirko stared at him for a moment before laughing. "Let me guess. Someone pissed you off to the point you want to relieve some stress?" she asked, with a smirk as Izuku nodded. The boy put on some boxing gloves as he got into the ring with Mirko as she bounced on her feet and smiled at him. This would not be the first time the two would spar with one another, as they had been training together for a while when Izuku found the time. He wasn't as strong as Mirko herself at the moment, considering how she just got even stronger with her powers as a devil, increasing her already high attack potency. As the two moved about the ring waiting for the other to strike, Mirko was surprised when Izuku moved forward with speed that she smiled at. Izuku went for a right jab that was feinted to become a sweep of the legs as Mirko had jumped over and countered with an upside-down jab of her left arm. Izuku blocked this strike with his arm as he grabbed it with his right arm and slammed Mirko towards the ground, to which she had spun around and landed on her feet. Despite the difference in height of the two, she had then spun around in a circle as she landed multiple blows to his guarded body. Izuku got even more angrier as he pushed more strength into his next hit, which actually managed to hit home on Mirko's lower stomach as she was launched into the rubber barrier of the ring and send her flying back towards him. When she crashed into him, they fell to the ground as Izuku groaned in slight pain as Mirko's body had been laying on top of him. As soon as he opened his eyes, however, he was gifted the view of Mirko's beeps being in front of his eyes underneath her sports bra. "Damn kid, you hit like a damn truck. What did they put into your body in order to hit me like that?" Mirko questioned as she sat up unaware of their current position. I don't know, but I think I'm fine now. Izuku said, as he looked away from Mirko. The rabbit heroine had then noticed something poking at her rear as she then looked behind herself to see what was happening. Noticing the tent pitched underneath Izuku's pants, she smirked as she looked down at Izuku with a smile that promised something painful. So, are you having fun, or are you really happy to see me? Mirko asked, as she leaned slightly to give the boy a view of her bountiful chest. See, could we get out of our position? Izuku asked, as Mirko suddenly rolled her hips. Izuku groaned slightly. I don't think I should. I am having a friend who's a heroine like me come over. I think it's about time you make her into your servant as well. Mirko said, as she continued to roll her hips over his groin. See, could you get off of me before she gets here then? Izuku asked, his face completely filled with a red blush. I don't know. I'm having a craving for broccoli in the form of a young boy. Who just so happens to have a nice carrot downstairs. Mirko said, her face showing a very sultry smirk. As Izuku's face became a lot redder, the two were unaware of their guest as they watched the interaction between the two. Mirko had leaned even closer as she whispered into Izuku's ear now as she smiled whilst speaking. I mean, I am a rabbit. That means that I have a very high libido. Do you think you can handle this rabbit? Mirko questioned, rolling her hips again for emphasis. Rumi, I think we should get this meeting underway. Don't you think? A feminine voice called out. Gya. Izuku screeched as he ran off into the changing room, coincidentally sending Mirko to the ceiling. Ouch. Damn it. Ryuko, I had him in my grip for so long. What are you doing here early? Mirko called out to her friend. You called me to be here a few hours ago. I just got here when you both were training. I just arrived at the floor when you were nearing the end of training. You really need to calm down on your say*UAL tendencies. He is only a teenager. I'm surprised he was able to keep up with you though. Ryuko said, as she sat down. I know, right? He's one of the best students I've had in a long while since becoming a hero. Rumi said, as she took a swig of her juice. So what was that whole rolling your hips on a minor? Ryuko asked, with a deadpanned expression. Hey, don't get angry at me. It's not my fault that he saved me from death. Not to mention that he's a devil. If anything, he's older than both of us in devil years. Mirko said, as Ryuko nodded. Once Izuku returned to the training room, he found Ryuko, who he recognized as Yukio, sitting having a chat with Rumi Mirko. It seemed as though Rumi was talking to Yukio about becoming a devil for a much higher power increase as well as strength increase. Yukio was looking at her fellow heroine with a look that demanded an answer before Izuku walked around the corner and soon became the center of attention. So Midoriya-kun, can you inform me about why you turned my friend into a devil? Yukio questioned as she looked at him from her spot on the bench. She was dying. She protected me from a villain who had caught her off guard and stabbed her through the chest. Of course, the villain was a stray devil that was too strong for her, but I managed to kill it at the time. I healed her with one of my evil pieces, a rook, and allowed it to heal her the rest of the way. Izuku said, as Yukio stared at him for a moment before sighing. Okay, so that rules out the whole say*UAL thing. Now if you were to get another piece, which piece would you have me as? Yukio questioned. I don't know, the pieces determine who is getting a particular one. But if I had to guess, you'd probably either be multiple pawn pieces, a bishop pieces, or my queen. Izuku said, as Yukio smiled. Then try and turn me into a devil then. I've noticed that my power was waning over the last few years. And I wish to stay youthful at least for a few more years. Yukio said, as Izuku stared at her in confusion. Why you don't wish to grow old? Izuku asked, as Yukio shook her head. No, I would rather live long enough to save as many people as possible. It doesn't matter how you do it, I just want to gain the power in order to become a better hero. Yukio said, as Izuku pulled out his pieces. The young man pulled out each of his remaining pieces as he moved them over to Yukio. He had no idea which one would react to her before a couple pieces were glowing in front of her. They were the queen piece, 5 pawns, and 1 bishop piece. With that known, Izuku placed the rest of the pieces away into his small box before presenting the pieces to Yukio to choose from. As the draconic heroine had looked at each one, she smiled before taking a bishop piece as she placed it on her chest. "Alright, so, how do we get this done?" she asked, as Izuku told her to lay down as he creates a magic circle. Once that was done, Izuku began to chant a magic spell that Yukio felt throughout her entire body as if it was being changed on the atomic level. "Under the name of Halphus Izuku, I demand that you, Tatsuma Ryuko, you will follow me until we reach the end of our days. I command you to become my bishop," Izuku called out, as a green glow covered Yukio's body. Once the glow had become so bright that everything was blocked out by the light, it dimmed until Yukio's body was revealed once more. She stood up from her spot on the ground as she rolled her shoulders as she tried to feel if there was anything different. Once feeling the massive quantities of magical powers within her body coursing through her veins, she smiled before attempting to use a magic spell she had remembered as a young girl. Once she created a small magic circle in the shape of Izuku's own magical circle. She watched as her clothes changed to being a sports as well as very short shorts. Izuku had never seen Yukio in such revealing clothes before, much less did he want to know that Yukio's chest was nearly the same size as Mirko's. With this said and done, Izuku decided to disappear from Mirko's training room as he decided to just head home. But before he could escape from the room, he was grabbed before he could enter his magic circle. Looking behind himself, he found Yukio staring at him with a look that demanded him to listen to her. Yukio-san, what's wrong?" Izuku asked, as the woman smiled. "You are going to show me everything you know about magic. And once we are done, me and Rumi are going to reward you for your services," Yukio said, with an evil smile on her face. "Haha, I need an adult?" Izuku asked, as Yukio and Mirko smirked and spoke at the same time. "I am an adult," they called out, as Izuku let out a small eep of fear. "NGH, ooh, god damn it, how are you so good?" A feminine voice called out from inside Mirko's office room door. I don't know what you're talking about," a young male's voice called from inside. "Gee god damn, you're really good at this, maybe I should do something for you," the same feminine voice called out. I think I'm good on that department," the male's voice said, as the door was slammed open. "Okay, what the living hell is going on here?" a new girl's voice called out. Looking inside the room, the new arrival could now see what the ruckus was all about from outside the room. Mirko was sitting off to the side, whilst Yukio was laying on a small couch as a young man with green and black hair was rubbing her back as the woman beeped in delight. The girl who just showed up was wearing a UA uniform as she stared at the trio in shock but at the same time awe. And a little bit of disgust as she saw the young man just freeze in place as he looked in her direction with only a guilty look on his face. Looking from the boy's perspective, Izuku was only looking at what he could describe as a beautiful woman who was wearing a UA uniform. She had short brown hair that was in a bob cut and had permanent blush marks on her cheeks whilst she held a chocolate brown coloring for her iris. She was staring at him and the other heroines with complete disgust as well as awe and confusion written on her features. Izuku sighed as he stood up and moved away from Yukio as he sat down on the ground on his knees with his face toward the ground. "So, Anion, willing to tell me what in the hell is going on?" the girl asked, as Yukio sat up from the couch. "Well, you're early for your internships," she grumbled. "How am I early? I was told to come at around 12:30. the girl said, as Izuku was looking more and more confused. "Don't worry, brat, he's not attacking us or anything." "Well, that is if he wanted to," Mirko said, with a smirk causing him to blush madly. "Okay, can someone tell me who he really is?" the girl screamed out angrily. "Sorry Uraraka, this is Midoriya Izuku. And, do you think you can keep a secret?" Yukio asked, looking seriously at her. "I can," the girl said flatly. "Well, you may not believe this, but Midoriya is a devil, and he was just giving me a back massage," Yukio said, without missing a beat. "Wait, so he's like one of those devils with pitchforks or something? Wanting to take the souls of humanity?" Uraraka asked, completely confused. We don't do that. And we look just like you guys. But we only have the wings and attitude. Izuku muttered as the girl focused her eyes on him. Why are you talking? She asked, and Izuku shut himself up. He's right, Uraraka. He's not like most devils within the underworld. If anything, he is like the shyest one you'd ever meet in your lifetime. Mirko teased as Izuku withered even more. Why are you so shy? I can't figure out why a devil from the Bible would be so skittish of people and other things. Uraraka questioned as Izuku muttered only one word. Bullied. And Uraraka just sat there with wide eyes. If you're a devil, how did you get bullied? What happened? She asked, incredulously. Well, I lived in the human world my entire life. And I was bullied by my peers because I didn't have a quirk. Izuku muttered, moving his finger along the ground in a circle. Uraraka chose to stay quiet for the rest of the explanation that Yukio gave her and told her that both her and Mirko were a part of Izuku's peerage. Finally, being allowed to leave the Mirko agency and return back to Kuoh, Izuku was not prepared to see what in the world was happening. He found that Kuoh Academy had a massive barrier around it as there seemed to be fighting happening within it. Grabbing some of his belongings, he ran outside and towards the barrier in question so that he could get some answers about what had happened whilst he was gone. He ran through the streets making his way towards the school when he ran into multiple rogue fallen angels. He had killed them, of course, but that didn't mean he was confused as to why there were so many on the streets looking for devils. By the time he arrived at the barrier, he would soon find out why they were patrolling the streets without the permission of their leader. Sona, what's happened after I was gone for only around a few hours? ? Izuku screamed in her direction. Halfus, what in the how are you still alive? ? Sona called out, as Izuku gave her a deadpanned expression. I was doing a contract over in Musudafu. Izuku muttered as the girl just shook her head. Well, you need to help the others inside the barrier, they can't hold of Kokubile all on their own. Sona said, as she and her peerage struggled to hold up the barrier. They're fighting who now? Izuku asked, concerned. Kokubile, one of the many leaders of the Grigori, but it appears that he's gone AWOL. Get in there and help, Sona said, as Izuku nodded. Pushing through the barrier, Izuku started to run towards where the chaos really was. And he was really surprised to see how everyone was doing against Kokubile. They weren't doing half bad against him. But there was the glaring issue that he was stronger than all of them, even if they were to hypothetically fuse into one being. Running along the background, he reached an area behind Kokubile as the fallen cadre had begun to attack the others. He was about to launch a large blast of holy energy at Issei as he was panting on the ground, and everyone then noticed that Kokubile got grabbed by hundreds if not thousands of vines that came out of the ground. They all looked in the direction that they originated, even Kokubile did, and found Izuku standing there with a massive magic circle underneath the cadre. Izuku then pulled his arms down as Kokubile had been pulled down and thrown towards the ground really fast. Just before he would hit the ground though, Izuku rushed towards the cadre as he had managed to break free of the vines, and looking in the young devil's direction he found a fist make its mark sending him flying in the direction that he was facing. With Kokubile's attention brought away from everyone else, they were able to get some rest whilst Izuku began his assault on the cadre. Both were blasting one another with powerful attacks. Although Izuku relied a bit on the earth to supply his power, he still did use other sources of demonic power in order to bring the fight to a standstill. Once he was finished using one of his more powerful spells against the cadre, he was panting in exhaustion considering the mental exhaustion he felt after his little massage he gave to Yukio. You are a powerful devil, I will give you that. But that doesn't mean that you can kill someone who had been able to survive the Great War. Kokubile spat out, as he landed a few meters away from Izuku. Just making you angry. That is all, Izuku quipped as Kokubile smirked. Well, if you were planning on irritating me this entire time, then you did a very good job. Kokubile said, floating in the air. By the time the cadre had managed to reach the higher levels of the air, he began to form a massive light spear that could cause serious damage. Izuku prepared a massive blast of his own as he prepared to attack Kokubile with everything he had. But as he was powering up his final blast, he felt a hand touch his shoulder as he turned his head slightly to find Issei standing there. "You got this, little brother. Show him the power of your family lineage," Issei said, as a familiar voice boomed out. Transfer. Izuku's aura had become a raging wave of green energy as his most powerful blast of plasmic demonic power had been building up. And as he was fully prepared to say the name of his new attack name, Kokobile spoke out to him as he laughed all the same. "Try and stop this attack, Halphus descendant. I would like to see you stop this one," Kokobile called out, throwing his massive spear at him. "Earthly destruction," Izuku screamed out, as a massive beam of green and blue plasma blasted from his hands. The light spear and Izuku's plasmic blast had combined in the middle as a struggle was formed in the air. Both powerful warriors had put their all into their attacks so that they could be able to overpower the other. But as the struggle went on, Izuku started to feel the power-up he got from Issei start to wane as he decided to put everything he had into this final attack. And as he forced as much of his remaining power left into the attack, he watched as his power slowly started to overwhelm the light spear that Kokobile had thrown at him as it flew right towards his face. Kokobile let out an angry wail as he was blasted higher up into the barrier as Izuku's earthly destruction had started to release burns on his body as it tried to completely vaporize him. But unluckily for the young Halphus descendant, he couldn't get the job done as he ran out of power to continue to blast Kokobile away. As soon as Izuku fell to a knee on the ground, he looked up in the air trying to find Kokobile within the sky. He knew that his blast wouldn't be enough to put the cadre down for good, but just as he found Kokobile, a new arrival had broken through the barrier that was put up by Sona. The new arrival was wearing a white armor that surrounded his entire body as he floated down towards Kokobile. At least where he was last seen, and everyone watched as Kokobile had appeared in front of the new arrival as they were speaking. They couldn't hear what they were conversing about, but it was really important when the new guy had just started to decimate Kokobile without any issues. Within seconds the new guy had Kokobile on his knees and without his wings as he had torn them off, with Izuku barely hearing the man utter how Azazel's wings were more beautiful than Kokobile's as they represented the midnight sky. And just as fast as he had arrived the new guy had disappeared, not even sparing a glance at everyone on the ground. As soon as the guy had left, however, Izuku could hear Issei and his sacred gear speaking to one another as they talked about who the new guy really was. "Partner, that is the guy you should really be on the lookout for. He is the white one I had been telling you about for the past year." Dedrag spoke out, as Issei nodded. "That just means that I have to get strong enough to use your full power, right?" Issei quipped as Dedrag just chuckled. "Make sure that you don't die on your way to doing that, partner. And for the record, thank you for your assistance, Halphus. We couldn't have done it without your assistance," Dedrag said, complimenting Izuku. "No worries, Dedrag-san, you guys helped me when I needed help. It's only fair that I repay that, especially with my life," Izuku said, smiling. With that all said and done, everyone decided to just head home so that they could get some rest. Sona and the rest of her peerage stated that they'd fix everything that happened to the school whilst Rias and her peerage, with Izuku just rested for the night. Izuku was thankful that he'd get the chance to sleep tonight, considering what happened earlier that day. Until the evening he was content. He just hoped that Uraraka-san wouldn't call for him to give her a massage as well. Doing it for Yukio-san was already causing him issues, considering all his mind was thinking was to take her. That was probably the inner devil of his mind telling him that. He just hoped that Yukio and Mirko didn't wish for him to go further than the massage. Over in Musudafu with Mirko and Yukio, however, the two were training their little recruit as she was giving her all in their training. Both were happy that she was getting stronger and learning martial arts from them, but they couldn't help but think about a certain green-haired devil. Looking to one another, the two thought about the same exact thing. "We should probably give him a reward for the good massage. But I wonder, will he be able to take us both on?" To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.